That's right.
Are we ready?
Okay, we're ready. Thank you.
All right, you're live.
All right, thanks. Hi, everybody. This is Ray Pohl. I'm the chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, and I'm calling this meeting to order. First, let's confirm that looks like almost all of our members are present tonight. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Diane Coombs.
Oh, she's muted.
Let's try Abby. Oh, thank you, Diane. Abby Camp.
Hi.
John McLaughlin.
Hi.
Thank you, John. Val Oliver.
Here.
So that's, and Ray Pohl, and for the record, and that's a full regular board. And we also have Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Thank you, Carrie, and Stephen Welch.
Good evening.
Very good. Thank you. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. And Holly Backus.
Present.
Thanks much. Okay. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I will introduce agenda topics and speakers. So please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And please direct comments and questions to the chair to avoid crosstalk and to make the taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at tonight's meeting will be done via roll call. That said, I would like to turn to our first order of business, which is to approve tonight's agenda, assuming that Kathy has no modifications to the agenda that we're looking at.
I do not.
You do not. Okay, so regular, first
So
of all,
motion.
thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Abby.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Any public comment posted on email that I should know about?
No, I don't see anything on YouTube.
Okay, so then we can move along to our rather short agenda. Carrie would need to recuse, but we have a full board. I believe that we can all sit on this, right? So could I have a motion for consent?
So move.
Thank you, Diane.
approve.
On Diane's motion for the consent agenda, Val.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Consent with conditions. 2 items.
Make a motion. Make a motion to approve 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And Diane.
Aye.
Chair,
Thank you. And I'm in favor.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
consent with conditions actually had 3 items.
Oh, mine only has 2.
Mine too.
Mine only has 2.
I've got 2.
Dose.
Me too.
I'll defer to Kathy.
What is that?
Kathy, can you just confirm that the
Yeah.
board members are looking at the correct agenda?
Are you, Holly, are you looking at the December 31st agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my fault. Sorry, guys.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
I'm ahead of the game.
Okay.
Motion to
So
approve 3.
what are we motioning to approve, Diane? Everything?
Number 3 of we
Oh.
approved 1 and 2.
Well, I'm not sure that
Now
we
we're
can,
approving
I'm not sure that we can
three.
actually do that because it's not posted on this particular agenda. But so we've already crossed that bridge.
Oh,
Motion, you made the motion was approved. So we're good on the consent with conditions as posted on tonight's agenda. So now we can move along to old business from December 15th. First item, 28 Main Street in Sconset. Board members on this are myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie. 28 Main Street, demo move off shed emeritus.
How you doing, Mr. Chair? How are you?
Good.
Hey,
How are you?
good. I'm actually in a place with the internet connection may not be super strong, so if I fade in and out, I apologize. Bless you. This application was to actually move or demo this structure. We did find a taker to take the structure, and they're going to be submitting the move on. So I don't know if it makes sense to hold this to track with the move on or hear it.
Well, if you're confident that that's going to go through, I think that we could approve this. Well, let me just say we could make a motion for an approve off. It would not be a move off / demo.
Gotcha.
Should we?
Sure.
Does anybody? I would entertain a motion of any kind on this, either the hold or to approve a move off, assuming that we get a move on this. So whatever.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Sconset Advisory would recommend it should not be demolished, so a move off would be better.
So I think that we're safe
Make a
doing that.
I'll make a motion to move off the shed on 28 Main Street, Sconset.
Okay, very good. So the motion, just to be clear, is only for a move off. We're not approving a demo at this time. So if it does come down to them not being able to move it, you'll need to come back to us. Of course, Matt, you know that. So that was Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have 8 Old Westmore Farm. Board on this, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen.
Hello, board. This is Andrew.
Howdy.
Appreciate you all taking the time between the holidays here. It seems very unusual, but yes, these times call for it.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a backlog, so we don't want to keep people waiting too long.
So the board in our last meeting, Holly, if you could stay on this page, had requested to see the outline of the existing red barn that is being moved off, and you can see the outline of that the dashed line outline of that structure, and that the overall length of our new proposed structure is not significantly longer than that building, and the middle mass, the 1-story mass of the structure we're proposing sits right in the exact center of that existing barn that was there. Additionally, I've attached, I think, sort of 3 fairly significant photos. The first photo being the only opening that you can see from Old Westmore Farm into the property. Obviously, this is taken before a lot of the leaves fell down, but there is a lot of evergreen vegetation there. And I assure you that that hole that exists there will be closed up by my client because they want full privacy screening wrapping the entire property. The second image is looking down the driveway that connects both 8 and 10 Old Westmore Farm, which is heavily vegetated on both sides. And then the third image is just the image kind of from where the house is looking out back west over the lawn and out towards Old Westmore Farm. But you can see there's quite a bit of vegetation there currently right now. So I do believe this structure, much of what we're proposing has very, very little visibility, certainly on 3 of the facades. I think it's the west facade is the one that would maybe have a little bit of visibility, mostly up onto the 2nd floor. So if you want to scroll down, Holly. So The board was very taken by these huge, large windows that we had last time that I have not removed. I have made significantly smaller and changed the light division on them from what was proposed before. Additionally, a few of the major changes that we've made is the two bookending massings have been shortened by 5 feet each. So they're not as long as they were before, and they've been lowered down to a 1.5 story structure from a full 2-story structure. So the ridge height has been lowered close to 3 feet on both the side masses, and even the center mass we lowered, I believe, 1 foot. Additionally, the chimneys before were these sort of very large blocky chimney elements that you'll see in the additional elevations that we altered and scaled down. Again, I think this north elevation, there's absolutely no way, from my understanding, that this can be seen from a public way. And I don't really feel that the size of this structure, I don't think the board had a huge issue with the massing last time. It was mostly the glazing and the fenestration and a bunch of these huge, like 4-panel sliding doors. And so we sort of simplified this down to a series of elements, all of which I've done several times on projects before, with this sort of half sash above with a single French panel below, rhythm across the project. But I do still have these 3 large glazing conditions, one on the east and then 2 on the north that we just looked at before, that we very much like.
Andrew,
Yes.
when you talked about the bookends, are you talking about these 2 large masses that formerly were 2 stories and now appear to be more of 1.5 stories?
Correct.
That's your
Correct.
bookends?
Yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
referring to, the bookends. Correct. Yes.
Okay, so those bookends, maybe you dropped the ridge on them. You must have dropped the ridge.
We dropped the ridge 3 feet, lowered it 3
3
feet, and
feet.
made them 5 feet shorter.
Okay, well, how do you drop the ridge 3 feet and make the whole thing 5 feet shorter?
No, the overall
Do you
length.
mean in length?
Yeah,
Oh, length. Okay.
We
got it.
made 5 feet
So
shorter,
3
and then
feet
the ridge
lower,
height.
5 feet shorter.
Yep.
Okay.
And now they're
it?
down to 26 feet 8 inches now, the overall ridge height on those side, on the bookending elements, as I said. And you can go, Holly, if you can go to the south elevation, which is the one that would maybe have a slight bit of visibility. We very much changed these huge glazed conditions that were in the center mass, which is the most visible mass, because the one on the left is set much further back onto the property, the way that the house sort of L's around. And again, these are the design elements here of the single French panels, even with the large multi-light one in the center, are all things that have been approved before. So I think the house has a much different look. Massing wise, it's very much the same, but I think by changing the glazing, it feels very different. I also got rid of the huge plate glass that existed in these connector elements between the 3 pieces and put in divided light glazing conditions as well. So that's what I've got.
Okay, Andrew, can you remind me, what's your color scheme here again?
White and black.
White trim, black sash.
Black sash. Yep.
And white trim.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right,
It
board
might
members.
be
do you have any
gray. It
questions?
might be the gray, but I don't. But anyway, we can debate that.
Well, I'd certainly prefer that. We may want to look into that.
Yeah, I would be fine going to the gray, to be honest with you. I think it might be the gray.
Okay, that would be helpful. Let's see what we got. Trim natural.
Oh, natural. Oh, sorry. It's natural.
Okay.
Even better. Even better.
Even better. Exactly. Okay. Okay, board members, questions, comments?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right. Andrew, I got to tell you, I opened this up and I was like, oh no, not again. But I was looking at the north elevation, and in my mind's eye, I was confusing that with the south from not having heard this for a while. So with having said that, I do appreciate the changes you've made. I think on the north elevation, primarily, the window sizes are clearly atypical, but they will not be visible. but again, I think the gesture of the smaller lights is a good one, and it translates to the south elevation where there may be visibility. And I think the changes to the south elevation are approvable. And those comments go for the other elevations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Anyone else?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I still have some reservations about the 15-foot large glass panels that are opposite each other. So at night they're kind of lanternish. But I love that you changed the glazing pattern. I think that makes a huge difference in making it seem more traditional. I have a question about the connector pieces that were formerly glass. What is the roof on those? Is it a glass roof? Is it a flat roof? What is the roof?
Val, it's a solid flat roof
Okay.
on them. Not glass, no glass, zero glass.
With the exception of the large windows, I appreciate the changes and I appreciate the colors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes you made. I appreciate the reduction of some of the big panels. Because I think they're sort of sorely out of place, but if we can't see them, that's it. The trim is going to be gray.
Is actually
Is that
natural,
what you-
Diane.
all
Natural.
natural.
Yep.
Okay. Because I think the black and white was not appropriate.
I agree.
The parging of the chimneys, I appreciate that. I think it's an interesting house. I think that it is good where it is. I hope to see that we don't contend with lots of application with those used windows, because they may not be visible, but they reflect. And when you have a place that's sort of sunken and in a particular area, that a lot of reflection shows up, and then they do become visible in one way or the other. But otherwise, I think the changes are good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Diane. Abby.
Oh, hi. I appreciate the changes in fenestration. I have a question about one of the chimneys looks very much like a smokestack, in that it's not very close to a roof.
I wonder which one that is.
Too, I wonder. It's
Okay,
just.
let's scroll down the elevations again and find it.
Thank you. Yeah, see that one on the right? Yeah.
I'll
that-
drop it 3 feet. I can drop that. Change them up.
Sorry
Yeah.
about the barking. I can't concentrate. It just seems a little stackish to me. On the other hand, I miss sort of the stockiness of the other chimney. I think it looks, I liked your scale on that middle chimney.
Me too.
That's it from me. I better mute.
Okay. All right, so it sounds, Andrew, like you got a couple of concerns. The chimney seems like an easy one. But there's a few members that are concerned with this extent of glass. Well, what should we do, board members? You want to put this to a vote of some kind?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of the board,
Yeah,
perhaps?
sure. You can.
So if you
I can
look
move
at,
it along,
I think this may be helpful. And Val, I'm actually curious how you feel. So in the way I had it before, I had the glazing broken into 2 sections with then a natural cedar break at the floor plane. If you look below the way it was, would the board like that better if I broke it and it was sort of 2 windows connected by, not a spandrel piece, because it wouldn't be glass, it would be a cedar piece, but it would break the verticality of it, because in two instances, in one instance, there's a floor, and in two instances, there's staircases in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be happy to do that to break it if you like that, feel like that's better.
I do.
I don't.
Okay, Val.
I like that
yeah.
too.
Okay, Steve.
Wait, okay.
Sorry,
so Val
but-
likes it. Diane likes it. Stephen, where were you on that?
I'm a no. I mean, to me, I'm a no. And the reason is that as it is, it looks just in the distance, it looks like a large window. Whereas I think with a horizontal break, it's such an atypical treatment anywhere on Nantucket, whether you squint your eyes and you're a mile away or you're, 100 yards away or 100 feet away. To have that horizontal band, to me, it breaks up the overall glass, but it's such a foreign element that I think it will look odd. Noting, however, that this is all in the north elevation, right? So there's no visibility.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, none.
It's north and south.
And I think
No,
I think
you're just
that
talking about the
North
north.
and east.
You're just
Yeah.
talking about the north and the east. There's nothing on the south that this would reflect or refer to. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood. That's all. Thank you,
It's
Mr.
true.
Chair.
There's nothing. Yep.
Okay, so Andrew, here's the
Ray.
way. Oh,
can I say something?
of course, Diane, go ahead.
I just think that horizontal band that he's talking about will be not very visible at all because of the vegetation that surrounds the house. What I was talking about was the reflection of the glass through, but nobody's going to see how the windows are particularly constructed because of the vegetation, as you can see, that's around the house. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you
I
for
don't think it will
clarifying,
be-
Diane. That's a good point.
Okay. And interestingly, I counted the number of panes vertically on, well, let's just take the north elevation. So you have 8 in the lower one, which would be hard to divide in half
Yes.
without doing something, changing the glass size. And then you have 9, which conveniently would allow you 4 on top, spandrel, and 4 on the bottom without changing anything. That would be on the left-hand window.
Right.
I don't really care, to be honest with you. I
Okay,
would rather
I prefer
keep
to leave it
the
as
sizes
drawn.
the way they are.
Yeah.
What?
I prefer to leave it as drawn and I'll lower the chimney by several feet so it doesn't look like a smokestack. That's
Okay.
if that would please the
Okay.
board.
All right. Why don't
So
we go ahead, Stephen.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted subject to revisions through staff being de-smokestack the chimney shown on the north elevation. And the other thing, actually, can we hold for 1 second on this?
Mhm.
Andrew, what about adding a mulled piece? No, you know what? It's purely symbolic. I'll go back to the motion. Motion approved through staff with the chimney on the north elevation lowered some 6 feet. And that would be it.
I don't think 6 feet's going to be the number. I heard more like 3.
Three.
Oh, I thought I heard
Three.
6 because
Yeah,
I thought
three.
it jogged back. Oh, no, I see. Okay, you
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
Okay, 3 feet.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So that is the motion. It's to reduce the height of the chimney and then basically leave everything else as is. So on that motion, let's see, Val.
I'm going to say no.
Okay. We'll see where this goes. Abby. Oh, is Abby still with us? Abby, you're muted, dear. Diane, how about you?
I'm an I. I'm having trouble with my computer. Better take my vote now.
Okay,
Yes.
great. All right. So Abby's in. Diane.
I'll say aye.
Okay. Stephen, you on your motion?
Aye.
Okay. And I'm in favor of your motion. So that means we have 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay. There we go. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you
Okay,
all very
thank
much.
you.
Enjoy the holidays.
Thanks
Bye.
a lot, Andrew. You too, friend. Bye-bye.
We'll
Okay.
enjoy New
Thank you.
Year's Eve with our next meeting. That's lovely.
What happened?
I didn't know that was happening. Well, but okay. So we'll all be in a festive mood, I'm sure. So 111 Surfside Road, Matthew, I'm sure, is back on board, and we have, let's see, 2 applications for that, both of which have myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie as the sitting board members. Okay. Matthew?
Okay. I can start, Mr. Chair. I'm going to keep my camera off just because the connection's so unstable, and I want to keep as much bandwidth open for
Oh, good
as
idea.
possible.
Okay.
So we can scroll to the front elevation. That's probably the most significant change. Basically, the board's comments were to omit the roof walk, which I agree was a bit steep, and to generally simplify the building as much as we could. We did detach the garage per the recommendation of the board. We also, on the west elevation, we did have a break, a step in the massing to the left of the primary gable mass. We omitted that per suggestion of the board. And then just in retrospect, we made a minor change to the entry door covering roof. So basically a hip, a little bit wider, a little bit more proportion, has a bit of better relationship to the overall mass. And then just made some kind of minor changes to the secondary additive massing to the right, but I don't think it was anything necessarily requested by the board, but it was an effort to simplify things in the back of the building as well. So I'd say a majority of the changes that are most relevant for the board are the ones on the west elevation. There are subsequent changes on the other elevations on the back of the building, but they're purely a result of these massing changes. So with that, I look forward to the board's comments.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew.
Chair.
I heard a little bit of that. Somebody's faded out. Stephen, are you with us? He's not on this.
I'm not on this.
Yeah, maybe that was Matthew that I heard. Okay, Val, go ahead.
So I do appreciate the changes, but it wasn't all that was requested. I think there was an overall concern, it was mine at least, that the building was far too big and that it really changes the character of Surfside Road. I know the building next door we weren't supposed to see, yet we do. And so this building is bigger. So unless there's some significant screening promised from Surfside Road, I do have a concern with it. I'd like to see it scaled down. And the east is really what most people will see, even though it's considered the rear. That's what faces Surfside Road. And I think it's still too complicated and should be brought down in scale. I do appreciate removing the garage from being attached. I hope it's moved farther away from the building. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val, thank you. Let's see. Abby, are you there?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes. Well, I have 2 things. It's moving around so fast, I can't concentrate.
Yeah.
Right there, stay there. What elevation is that?
West, I believe.
West.
Yeah.
Okay.
West.
It says modified massing. Well, I don't understand why that three window shed dormer isn't more centered on that roof line. Is there a reason for that? It seems a little to the corner.
Yeah, on the right side of the front west elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was primarily just the way that we laid out the bedroom and the bathroom. So the windows are centered inside the room and the transom dormer is centered inside the room. So again, I don't know how overly visible that's, or even if you, I don't know. That's the reason for it anyways.
West is not visible.
It is.
Well, it just looks odd because you've got 2 roof lines that are, you know, with a big house with a lot going on. Suddenly on the far right, you have like these big areas of roof. The other thing I questioned was on either end of the building, you have these this porch, but I don't know where that is, or where, I don't see it.
Faces Surfside Road.
Can we scroll down just a little?
On the rear?
Maybe it was just, Sorry, maybe it was just the front door and maybe it's at that east elevation. I'm seeing it from an angle. Could we go to east? So could we see north or south? There's somewhere we see a porch there. So on this north elevation, does that seem really tall to you, anybody? It seems like 10 feet high.
Yes,
Well, we don't have any scale which to gauge any of this. There's no floor to ceiling height, and the windows and doors are identified, but they are not dimensioned, so we can't really tell.
So I think it could be brought down to be more in scale with that massing of the house. It just looks a little odd, like pavilionish. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane?
yes. I think, as Val said, that the building is too large for the particular place where it is on Surfside Road. The buildings that face Surfside Road are not large, tall buildings. I'm trying to read the height. It's either 29.6 or 28.6. I'm not sure. Right, I have to work off an iPad, so it's difficult to see the little numbers.
29.6.
29.
Yeah,
Actually, it's an 8.
it's too tall. 29.8. It's too tall. That whole that roof, where the roof arc was removed, is too tall. It's got to come down to a softer height. It is too omnipresent on Surfside Road, which you don't see it very many houses right on the street, except that little part that goes between, that makes the straight line around Gladlands. And those are old houses that have been there, and they're not this big. I would like to really think that it needs to be reduced down. It's a lovely house, but I feel that it's too big for its location and too complicated. Look at that east elevation. The Surfside Road houses just are not that complicated. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree with the height of the main mast. It just makes the whole thing seem so big, but it is an attractive building. I think on the east elevation, if that's going to be visible from Surfside,
Clockwise.
that one-story mass, the one-story mass with the dormers that are just sort of clear story dormers in that room, I think if you remove those, it would just simplify it a bit. All those dormers on that one sort of section, it just looks like it wants to fly away like a scatterbird. But then the
You're talking about
porch,
the west elevation, right?
the east
Facing Surfside.
facing Surfside, yeah, that where the cursor is.
Oh,
The
okay. So
the
all
extra
the
dormers, the extra dormers on the first floor mass are just, it's sort of redundant, like it just makes it a little chaotic. And I think the porch that Abby was talking about, because you've got 12 pitched roofs, all of a sudden to have this hipped low roof, it does add a little odd sense to that compilation of roofs. But I think if you can bring the height down on that main mass and just reduce some of the dormers so that it doesn't look like it's all flying away. And I don't know what you could do to that porch, but those are my comments. Thanks.
The porch, well, we can sort of scale it. There's a line that's just to the left of that porch that's reading, I think, almost 20 feet. So whoever said it's 10 feet high was pretty much spot on. 10 feet to the eve of that porch. So Matt, it sounds like you got a couple of things that the board would like you to work on, the complexity of the dormer situation and the overall height and mass.
Mass.
Yeah, mass.
Well, the height and the mass, if I could just comment.
Uh-oh,
You'd fade it out.
Matthew. Sorry, we're kind of losing you. Matthew. Uh-oh.
Well, I'll make a motion that'll be in there that's whole
Yeah.
for a vision.
Right.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead quickly though, but we can't hear much of what you're saying.
Yeah, I apologize. I heard it, so revisions. And Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, can I put my next agenda item and the rest of my agenda items towards the end?
I think you said towards the end of the meeting. Is that what you said?
Agenda might.
Oh, gosh. Look, I think for Matt's benefit, because he's having some technical difficulties, we might want to honor his request to move everything more towards the end of the agenda so he can get a better signal. Okay, but anyway, Diane has made a motion to hold the application that we were just reviewing for revisions. On Diane's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Now I think we could do, let's take the remaining 3 items for emeritus. That would be items 4, 5, and 6, and hold those towards the end of the meeting and see if Matt resurfaces, in which case we could hear those.
End of the meeting or end of the agenda?
Well, I think end of the meeting.
Because we don't know when that will be.
Well, we know that the end of the meeting is going to be at 9 o'clock.
Thursday.
Well, yeah, but so we don't know if or when Matthew's going to show back up.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Is it possible to put my stuff at the end of the, I guess, the new business agenda or the beginning of Tuesday or at some point on Tuesday?
Do you mean Thursday?
I just think the connection's so bad. It's going to be, yeah, if that works.
You mean Thursday, right? Not Tuesday. Oh, shit.
I would
The
guess.
next week's meeting is Monday.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Aye.
The first meeting is
Let's hold Matt's till Thursday, and
Yeah, okay,
try to
that I think is a safe thing to do. Okay, so that would be items 4, 5, and 6. We're holding until Thursday's meeting. We'll use the same group for that vote. So on Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Items 4, 5, and 6 will be heard on Thursday's agenda. Okay, we're on to item number 7, Ackermuck, 8 Ackermuck, BPC. The board on this one is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val. Okay. Do we have Joe, perhaps?
We do.
Okay, great.
I'm just waiting for Holly to get to the, oh, there's a comparison page somewhere. Well, I think that comparison page we might have sent
Separately.
separately, but I mean, all the changes are clouded on here. I mean, the main issue, if you go back on the minutes, were orientation and trying to understand where this was. And since you reviewed this, we approved the demo of that existing dwelling that's there. And I think now you're more oriented, although there are some photos at the end of this. And we're looking at the lot on the left, and there actually weren't a lot of concerns. There were just questions about visibility, but we've gone through and have adjusted some of the fenestration on here. And are you reading through the minutes? Okay. Yeah, I think it boiled down to try to get oriented and understanding where the property was. And do you want to go to the front elevation? Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have the comparison ones, but the area that's on the left that's clouded, there was an outdoor shower that was there, and some asymmetrical fenestration. That mass is projecting forward. That's just under 27 feet tall. We removed a window, and we've added a window on this elevation, and we've made some adjustments to the basement fenestration. There really weren't any questions about massing. We eliminated some basement windows on one elevation, and the large 9 light, the K that's clouded on the west elevation, is matching the other one. There was like a cluster of smaller lights there. It's really some fenestration changes and an explanation of where the property is. And this is that first photograph that Holly was just on, is entering New Lane. Ackermuck is there on the left. And this is a rear lot subdivision at the end of this street. This is as you're driving down the street.
What's that, Joe?
That fork, or this image that Holly.
That must be the neighbor, huh?
Yeah, so that's a neighbor. The road splits at this point. Our driveway is there on the left where the cursor is.
Okay.
And the next image is the dwelling that was just approved to be removed. So this is as you've entered into the driveway. And then this is where you arrive. That guest cottage, that structure that's there is the guest cottage that's staying, and that tree is staying, and our structure will be to the left of that.
So, Joe, in terms of visibility, if we could back up a little bit on the photos. Keep going. Okay, right here. The fork. No. Go back to the fork. Keep going. There you go. Okay. Now, right where the little arrow is that where the public domain ends?
Yes.
In other words, the arrow is right where the start of your driveway is, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So it's tucked back behind that hedge.
Tucked back behind that hedge, correct. And eventually there'll be another dwelling that's going to go in place of the one that was just demolished that will fully screen this lot.
Between your project and this road?
Yes, it's a 2-lot subdivision.
Yeah.
So if you go back to the site plan for a second. Yeah, so where it says existing dwelling, that dwelling has been approved to be demolished. There'll be a dwelling that's going to go there that'll fully screen.
Yeah,
understood. Our dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
And just for reference too, I was wondering if you're going to go to the contours, presumably there was a hill that was made here that I think is at elevation 34. We're actually knocking the top of that down 4 feet so that we're not perched on top of that man-made hill that's there, just FYI.
Yeah, otherwise you'd need to grade everything up, which would create major problems.
Yeah, exactly, because the driveway is shown on this site plan is staying, that elevation staying, the guest cottage is staying. So we have a lot of existing topography on the north side of the lot that's all going to stay in place. And to deal with the grade, we've cut the hill down 4 feet.
Okay, thanks. Okay, folks. Comments?
I don't have a problem with it. That's Abby.
Yes, that's it, Abby?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. John?
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I don't have a problem on it. I just was trying to devise the driveways that we're going to do the other 2 lots, but I guess that's a worry that'll come up
Yeah,
later.
down the road.
They're going to share a driveway.
Good.
Okay.
But no problems with the architecture, Diane?
No, I appreciate it. I think it's a simple enough house and not so huge that it's going to, look funny there. I think that it, I can't read it, but it's 20-something feet. So we're trying to keep them, I think, in that particular area, like 25, 26 feet. But it's a very simple house, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Val, how about you?
I appreciate the massing. I have some minimal concerns. One is with the north having no front door. I think because there's a skinny door with side lights, it sort of doesn't appear as a front door next to the larger set to the left of it. And then on the east, there's some oddball dormer things like a big window, a skinny window, and then a skinny window in a double-sized dormer, which if anything shows it would be that side toward the street. So other than that, just those things I have concern with.
Thanks, Val. I mean, that one dormer on the east with the window offset is kind of odd.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's
I
some
didn't
kind
see
of
that.
programmatic thing that's pushing that, but.
Yeah, that actually faces away from the road.
Oh, it does?
Faces the side yard, actually. It's the back side of the house.
Well, north is the front facing the driveway, so east is facing the street.
When she says street, she means New Lane.
Muck Way.
Oh,
yeah, if
you
you're
didn't-
looking at the north, that might actually then be mislabeled. It might be mislabeled because if you're looking at the north elevation, this elevation that's labeled east is to the right, where to the left is actually what faces the driveway. It might be helpful to look at the site plan if that makes sense. Yeah, that dormer faces the guest cottage where it says existing garage.
So it's mislabeled, is that why?
Yeah, well, it's north, south. Yeah, that really should be labeled west.
Okay, then
Yeah.
I have less concern about it, but it's still odd.
I agree, that dormer. But I think it's okay. And in terms of the front door, do you want to switch that door that has side lights on it, remove the bottom panels, turn the bottom windows into, or bottom panes into wood panels? You know what I mean, Val?
So it's like a 4-light?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that too, Val, when you mentioned it. I think
If
a
we
4-light
go
would look
back to
nice.
that, it seems like a rather simple solution to make it look more front door-ish.
Yeah. I just think if you looked at, if you drove up, the stairs lead to it, but there's nothing that really indicates
Yeah.
this is the front door. So yeah, that would be fine.
Can you do that for us, Joe?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think Val makes a good point. And it would be like a single panel below and a 4-light glass in the center.
Correct. And then the side panels would have panels, so they would each be 2 light side lights.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Is the front door recessed? Does it go back?
Yes,
If it goes back, okay.
it goes.
It is. And that area on the left that's clouded will be screened with vegetation so that one doesn't go up to that area. But the elevation, it's a little bit confusing. But yes, it is recessed.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Val, would you care to make a motion that might include that change?
To approve through staff with the front door having some solid panels on the side lights and the front door.
Perfect. Well said. On Val's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. So this 8 Acromock pool and hardscaping has not been opened, but I think that we should continue with the same board for consistency, if y'all don't mind that.
Yeah.
So the pool's not going to be visible. It has an auto cover. There's no fence.
Oh, I see it way back there. And what's that?
Right next to somebody else though. Where is
What
it?
is that?
What's that?
Okay, Val, what did you just say?
I'm just trying to understand it.
Oh, okay. Because I had asked what that terrace kind of element is to the south of the pool.
Oh, that's a future cabana that we have not designed yet. It's an open, that it's there on the site plan, but it'll be a single story hip roof structure with a half bath and a wet bar, but open towards the pool side, just to understand the concept.
Okay, so I have to say your landscaping plan is extremely vague.
Yeah.
I mean, it shows the pool. Yes, it does. It shows some hardscape. Yes, but like no vegetation or anything. The contours are sort of dominating this plan.
And it's right up to the neighbor's property line, which makes me concerned to know what's going to be there or what is there.
Right. Yeah, point taken. I think we omitted the existing trees that were on there to simplify things. But if you need that information, I understand that. My client happens to own the property next door, a different client at 21R. And I know she's not going to want to see that pool either. It is heavily screened between there. So I think I should probably send you some more. I'll include some more photos and we can provide the documentation.
That would be great. If you could just clean up this drawing and like downplay the contours and upplay the vegetation so that we can get a good sense of.
And take off the future thing if it's not there.
Right.
If you're not applying for that now, don't put it on there.
Okay.
And what about the size of the pool? What's the pool size?
It's 18 by 40, including that
The
6 foot. Yeah, including the sun shelf.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd cut that down, get it off the property line. She may not always own that property.
Yeah. We actually met this morning and talked about rotating this pool 90 degrees. So
Yeah.
that all may help, and actually using the cabana to screen it from that side. So we're looking at some plan changes that are less than 10 hours old.
Good
Okay.
idea.
Sounds like we should hold this one for some revisions.
That's my
Yeah,
motion.
I make a motion.
Oh, Abby beat you to it. So on Abby's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Joseph.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, 5 Dooley Court. Oh, okay. So board on this one, by the way, is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't see Sana on here or,
Well,
I'm here, Mara Sardolis.
yeah.
oh, Mara's here. Okay. Oh, there you are. Hi, sorry.
And you're representing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You want to walk us through what you've done to revise?
So yes, we lowered the eave heights per the request of the board, and we lowered the overall height of the entire structure. And we separated the windows in the front of the house, the upper level. We actually added a third window instead of just separating the 2 windows because it didn't center on the inside of the house.
Maybe.
Those are the requested revisions.
So I'm just trying to sort through right now. You have existing, which is good. You have our previously submitted one, which is good. And then you have your new one. So maybe what we should do is just go down each elevation, all 4 elevations, and you can just tell us what's changed on each. So let's see, right now we're looking at the south. So existing east.
Basically, Mr. Chair, it was to lower the dormers and the second floor so that they don't sit up so high above the windows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and I see that the gable has dropped down too.
Right.
Okay.
So that was the only thing. It's on a private street owned by the family. And I think that was.
Thank you for the clarification. And now I see like how everything, the plate is basically dropped on the dormers and on the gable.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So those were the two big changes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sorry, what?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Oh, okay. Well, Abby, what did you just say?
Good idea.
Okay, so then we do have a motion on the table to approve as submitted. That came from Val. So Abby on that motion?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
All right, Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay. Yes, sir, John.
I have a quick, for the rest of the meeting, I'm trying to track some. I cannot read the writing on the sides and everything. You know, could we enlarge the one we have of the plot plan? Could we enlarge it up, now take it up 2 notches?
Yeah, so John,
Yes.
here's what we want to see, like the whole picture, you know, the whole elevation. But if you have a question, or anyone for that matter has a question about dimensions or anything like that, Holly would be happy to zoom in so that you can read the what the dimensions are, okay?
Well,
All we have to do is ask Holly.
yeah, well, I don't know if others can read it or not, but I only have a.
Well, no, trust me, nobody can read any of those dimensions when we look at the plans like the way they are. 'Cause it's just way too small.
I got you.
So thank you, John. Now, the next thing that we have up is 26 Westchester.
Good evening.
Hi.
How are you,
The
everyone?
water feature.
Well,
Okay, and on this application, we have myself, Diane, Abby, and Stephen Red back in. So it's a 4-person board. Okay, so would you like to start, Mirka?
Of course. I try to simplify the hardscape portion of it. In addition to existing wall, which is already there, and I included a picture of it. instead they're doing it, I just would like to little extend it and work with the natural Goshen. I brought the spa higher, like higher eliminated water feature is just spa at the grade with the natural coping, fully screened with the different variety. I a little bit specify the planting in a more detailed way. So it's more describe the natural buffer consisting from different kind of species, which are very natural. The CANCAM was very appreciative of this landscape proposal. I don't know, I know it doesn't anyway affect your decision, but it was nice to hear that they actually really appreciate the planting proposal as it is. Regarding the steps, there was the concern about the steps. So we are keeping the existing steps as they are. I am keeping the natural planted buffer as it is. We will just enhance it against the spa at the grade. So the portion which is existing landscape in front of the porch will kind of remain with the lawn and staggered steps. We just enhance the planting against the feature. Again, it's in a cross section. Yeah, so this portion remains as it is. Then exactly the planting on the left side will be enhanced to double screen the spa. Also, we are fully screening the natural vegetation around the periphery. So try to create another layer of the screening. Therefore, the client is losing the view of the pond view from their first floor. Of course, they will remain it from the second floor, but they understand, the screening is their first and foremost concern too, and privacy. So, and I try to include in a cross section a little bit more how the landscape layers. So there's the wall on the first cross section. You can see the extension of the patio with the little wall, which would be now just like little return of 12 inches. Then the spa is at grade, and you can see the existing pavers as they are surveyed by the surveyor rolling down to the lower lawn. And then in a red, in a green, you can see the buffer, natural buffer along the property line. And, and there is the second cross section is through the patio itself. And the last is the elevation to the main house, kind of if you stay inside of the property looking at the main and at the house. And I hope, happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay.
And again, we downsized the feature to the spa from initially 10 by 15 to 10 by 10.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mirko.
Chair?
Yeah, that was you, Holly, right?
Yes, sir. So Historic Structures took a look at this, and of course, this water feature is with an existing circa 1800 structure within our historic district. This proposal looks a lot better in design, and the HSAB really appreciates the changes, and therefore there's no further concerns from them.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah, thanks. All right, board members, who would like to begin on this one?
I'll say some.
I can go.
Okay, well, let's do Abby first, and then I'll get to you, Diane.
Okay, thank
Never
you.
mind.
I appreciate the changes, moving the spa down the hill from the top of the hill, if that's what I'm reading correctly.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the vegetation in front of the spa. However, I don't think a water feature in this property this close to the lily pond is appropriate. So on that point as well, I'd like to say that I think that where at the front of the property, well, sorry, I don't know how to say, okay, so on the south side of the property, I'd like to know what type of trees those are to screen the bank, this dramatic bank. Oh, I'm not making any sense.
No, you're doing okay. You want to know what that southern buffer is there. What
Yes,
all those
yes.
plants are.
I think the best thing is I go there every single day, so I'm very attuned to this property.
Mhm.
As I look up at it, I think peekaboo, looking through trees of like cedars and things like that would be appropriate. Right there, see the far left?
Yeah.
If you're going to, I would like to see taller trees on that southern border. And because I think you've done it on the west side, but I don't know what you've indicated for the vegetation on the south. I don't know exactly what.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Mirka can tell you.
Absolutely happy to. Absolutely happy to. Holly, if you can quickly zoom in on the south side, even if it's possible, even a little bit of more on the planting plan, just because I guess it's very kind of construction wise, it's very simple way of, but it's give you a little idea. The I know, there's JV represent the cedar, and IO represent the American holly. And as you can see, there's two thicknesses of the circles. One has a little thicker outline, which represent the cedars and hollies, combination of cedars and hollies. So it's very consistent, kind of staggered, very natural, random planting, which would be underplanted with the lighter circle, which is shrubs, and that bayberry is MP, which would be even on the side facing to lily pond to really create that natural layered landscape. And also it will be from inside of the property combined with the inkberries, which is evergreen. Not even mention that cedars and hollies are evergreen trees, which get up to, we would like to plant them between 12 to 15 feet, and then can go up to as long we can get them grow with underplanted inkberries, which are again evergreen shrubbery plant, and cletras, which are all native and appropriate for wetland areas. So,
America, thank you for explaining that. I'm pretty much okay with that, but again, I think my major concern is I will not be in favor of a spa in this area. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Abby.
Thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane?
Well, I agree with Abby on the spa. I guess I was the one who suggested it be reduced from 10 to 15 feet. 15 feet is the size of a pool, not a spa. And the second thing is, looking at this plan now, I would like to see something going through the area below the spa where the trees are formed around in a circle and there's no sort of ease going through it. I would like to see maybe some holly trees in the middle, something that breaks up that circle around, leaving the space open and the spa right there. I don't think it's necessity for them to look at the pool, look at the pond or anything else to do that. It needs to be pulled in a little more naturally along that existence of nothing in the middle. And it won't make the spa. What?
Well, so Diane,
you see what I mean?
You had mentioned a circle. That area right there, the lawn area?
Yes, that whole area there. Everything is kept back. There's no imposing into the lawn. So it looks like it's a natural growth. The trees don't usually grow in a neat circle. Put some holly trees to bring it in and make it look more natural.
Okay, so you're looking for more planting on the south.
Yes.
That's fair to say? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And could I just follow up on Diane's comments? I just want to clarify, we downsized from 10 by 15 to 10 by 10, Diane.
Yeah. Were you
Yeah,
aware?
I know that. I know that, Martha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was the one who suggested it, and it's a good idea, and I know that. I can read that plan.
Thank you.
It's just I don't particularly like the circle.
Okay.
I'm not dumb. I'm not.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. How about you, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I thought Diane's suggestion from the last meeting was a good one in terms of the plant materials. And I think the changes, I would prefer that it be less diverse plantings so it looks more naturalized as opposed to a mix of plants. These plants are going to fill in the area, whatnot. Things will take their natural course and be moved around. I think that any one of them is probably sufficient type to cause screening. So I'm okay. Having said that, I'm okay with those. I do, again, appreciate the change in the size of the spa that Diane had suggested. I think it makes it more appropriate, as do I think the changes to the steps to naturalized edges is shown in the plan, and the naturalized border around the water feature itself. So I'm okay with it. I think in that area, I'll just add with respect to the appropriateness that I just ask or suggest that commissioners consider that this is a wetlands area and water features that aren't hard. I'm not lobbying one way or the other, but I'm just giving you my perspective is that water in this area is not a foreign element as long as it's done visible as like an outdoor hot tub spa or something like that. So I'm good with it as submitted. I prefer some simplification with the simplifications of the planning, but I think they'll take care of themselves.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, so I think Mirka has gone a long way to naturalizing this. And when she did the description of the plantings that are along the southern edge, I mean, we're talking about some fairly substantial cedars and inkberry and hollies, all of which are evergreen and quite dense. So I'm pretty comfortable that this is not going to be seen from the lily pond. So I'm actually okay with this application as submitted, and I appreciate that she's made so many changes. So what would we like to do with this, guys?
I'm sorry?
Oh, hang on, John. We're just about, I'm hoping that somebody's going to give me a motion on this one.
I'll float a motion.
Go.
To approve as submitted.
Okay. On that motion, Abby? Is Abby still?
Sorry, I appreciate the changes, Mirka, but I just, I'm going to be a nay, only because of the spa. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. How about you, Diane?
My vote is the same as Abby's. It was very good. She's worked very hard, but I don't think it's the place for a spa.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen?
I'm an aye.
And I'm in favor of. So now, does anybody know Robert's rules? Like what happens now when you have a tie vote?
Well, the motion won't carry because the minority is protected. So we would need I would make a motion to either hold for revisions or to have the application withdrawn. This is through you, Mr. Chair, to Mirka. Mirka is to have the application withdrawn without prejudice at this point. She can always resubmit under, she doesn't have a full board, or she could, however she wants to address the matter with her client, so on and so forth. So,
May I?
Yeah, go. He's offering you some alternatives.
Thank you. I would be curious if I add more hollies in the area of, in that area, if that's something what Diane would maybe consider as acceptable. That would be my first.
Well, that's actually really.
I would. I would, Mirka. I think that's all I was asking for.
And I would be very happy to accommodate that to thicken up that lower part of the spa water feature with more trees. Right now it's more shrubbery. So if I add few hollies and give a little bit more height to it.
Yeah. But
Can-
it just make it more natural. Don't make it in a circle. Make a little pook, a little peacock or something.
I think I absolutely understand what you're looking for. I hope.
Can I ask for a
Okay.
clarification through you, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Stephen.
Diane, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood you. I thought you, which I thought would have been odd, was you were asking for more hollies in the yard area as opposed to, are you saying more adjacent to the spa so it's blocking the view from the south, from the wetland, the land bank area?
Yeah, and with some irregularity. That's the word I want. Some irregularity of the growth. The hollies, they don't move. Once they grow, I have a couple, they don't move around. They become a nice shape, but just so it's not so circularly controlled. That's all. I need just some irregularity going up around that spot. That's all.
Gotcha. Are you comfortable having that through staff or do you want to see it again?
No, I think Mirka knows what I would like to see.
Okay.
So it's
So
up
I'll
to
make,
you all to vote on it.
okay. Thank you for clarifying because I was a little confused. So I'll make, Mr. Chairman, if you'll entertain, I'll make a motion to approve through staff subject to additional holly screening to the immediate south of the water feature.
Okay.
Holly, if I didn't say.
You did. Okay.
Hi, Holly.
Thank you for the revised motion. Okay. On the revised motion, Abby?
I appreciate the changes. I'm still in nay. Sorry.
Okay. Diane?
I will be a yes.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of, so that motion now carries. 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Thanks, Mirka, and you just need to do that stuff through staff and you're good to go.
Thank you and happy Merry Christmas and stay all healthy. Bye.
Thank you.
See you next year.
Bye. See you next year. Okay, Cotuit Solar, 10 Cherry. Board on this one, Diane, John, Abby, Val, Stephen. Oh, I'm not on this. Okay, I'm going to mute myself. Diane, it's to you. Thanks.
Okay. So, what have we got now?
Okay.
Cherry Street.
Greetings.
We have, there you are. How are you?
Yep.
Okay. What have you?
Good. How are you?
Last time?
Okay. So it was held for review, and HSAB also reviewed it. And just to review it, the system incorporates a much-needed battery backup because being on Cherry Street, her basement, where all her mechanical features are, is in a constant state of flooding and being pumped out. So she has a sump pump that runs fine, but if there's a power failure, her basement will flood and everything will be broken. And so all works well except in the event of a power failure. So she needs to have a backup system powered by solar, which would keep going. And she already has solar panels there. They're existing, but they're not enough to power this pump. So that's why she called us to increase what she's got there, and it'll go on for several days, and solar will recharge the batteries. So even though it's in town, her house is nestled in so that the back air, except her own small yard. She already has 4 panels there. We're proposing to put panels on the same roof plane that has the existing panels, and then an adjacent roof, which is also not visible from the street.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Have you got something from?
Yes. So HSAB did take a look
Okay.
at this on the 14th of December. And overall, they didn't have concerns as far as the solar goes, but there was a comment that it should be on the black roof. Those were their overall comment. And I also agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Right. I thought it was on a black roof. Okay, Abby, have you got a thought?
Madam Chair,
Sorry. Oh, go ahead, Val.
I
Yes.
took a picture today from Bear Street and it's very visible. This roof.
Oh, yes.
So if we were to approve this, I would ask that they bolster, you know, first of all, it's not on a black roof, which is less than optimal. But if there was some consideration for approving it because they already have panels, I would ask that some extra screening be installed to try and mitigate this visibility.
Right where that car is, right?
Isn't that the roof?
I
Karen,
think so.
I don't think you can see it from Bear Street. I don't think so. Is that a driveway there that you're looking through?
no, I'm just standing on the street and unfortunately their yard is wide open.
Uh-huh. Hmm.
Well, we can consider
Madison Court,
that
name of it.
the visibility. Yeah, the visibility is important. Abby, what do you have to say?
You know, I unfortunately didn't get, this is one of those things you really have to see. And so I'm going on my fellow board members. I really don't want to see solar in this area. I think it's inappropriate. And I don't want it to look out of place. So I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to see it. I would have a much more to say if I had. Sorry.
All right, John.
Yes, sir. I make a comment that, could I see the application, please? Can you go a little higher? A little more. Can you go higher, please?
Can you see?
Right there. Thank you. I can't read it.
What would you like me to zoom into, John?
I'm sorry.
What would you like me to zoom into?
Who's the the contractor, I think they call it.
The agent?
Second item down.
Yeah, you can't really read it, but it's Katuitt Solar.
Yeah. I can't read that.
Yeah, none of us can. It's the photocopy of a
Karen Alance. It's Karen Alance, who is the applicant, Johnny.
Patricia Wright? No, she's the owner.
Correct.
No, that's the owner. The agent who is proposing today is Karen
Patricia Wright is the
Alance.
owner.
I got you. Okay.
Yep, I said that.
All right. Thank you. I have no comment.
Okay.
I have one comment, except that the HTC area goes down Cherry Street, and this is the first lot off of Cherry Street. If it's within that, okay, we're within 200 feet, it has to answer to the commission for the solar.
Okay. You say so. Steve,
Yeah.
you got a comment?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so from Madison, it is visible. I think a little bit of screening would address the matter. in the southeast corner of the rear yard, like a, excuse me, it doesn't have to be a huge tree, but something that'll top out in the 15 or 20-foot range to block the visibility. If this were on the rear of a house, not in the historic district, and there was some visibility, I wouldn't have as much concern because it is on the rear. It's not from the main street. But given it is in the OHD, that's my concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, well, my concern is something that we have gone on about is it's on a gray roof. And it becomes very visible with a light gray roof and the black solar panels. I don't know if there's any other place you could put a ground array to do it, or to use the sunken heat type of application. But I don't think that the commission is very happy with the solar. Every so often we get solar impinging on the old historic district because the guy next door had it or whatever. I don't know. It's visible. I don't know if you put the thing in, the vegetation would have to be tall enough to block it off now, not in 2, 3, 4 years. It would have to be tall enough to block it off now. So I don't know what anybody would like to make a motion covering it somehow, or what? No motion?
We're
Mr.
thinking.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
yes, I just made a statement a minute ago. This confines the inside of the old historic districts area. And I thought we were going to start working, not putting any solar in the old HDC areas of town and Sconset. What happened to that? I just want to know this does come under the commission.
Yeah.
In the old historic area.
Well, what we wish and what the applicants can apply for, we have no control over. That's what we're watching now, is how important is it to you all to have solar on a black roof and not visible from any public way? Or
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
sure.
I think, Karen, the east is not a concern because you can't see the panels on the east. What's the most concern is the ones on south that are up high on the main roof. Can you move some of those panels or most of those panels to the east lower roof so that the visibility is mitigated?
We really, ooh, geez. We really can't move them over there, take them. The system would not be viable without those on the south roof.
So is there any possibility of screening or no?
Yes, I believe the homeowner, Patsy Wright, would be happy to put a tree, because from your photo, Val, it looked like one, maybe two high, one or two big trees or bushes would totally take care of that one-story roof from any view. And I'm pretty sure she would be happy to do that.
Okay.
Why don't we have a motion to hold for revisions, and Karen can submit the planting and the length of time before it would be ready, what they would put in, and maybe put a stake in that goes up as high as the tree so we can see that it blocks off where we want. How about a motion for revisions?
Okay, I'll make a motion
somebody-
for revisions and more information.
Okay, good, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and me, I'm an I. So, Karen, that's what I would suggest doing to cover that thing. I think you can look into also, we've discussed it with somebody else, the painting of the roof, staining of the roof to get it a darker color. All those things should be considered. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Have a good new year.
Well, she's still with us.
Yeah.
She's with us for a little while longer, so we're going to take her over to 16 Pippin's Way now. Board on this one, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen.
Okay, so the cottage and house comprise one system. And the last meeting we were here, you passed the cottage. And the main house was held for some sketches, additional sketches. And I submitted that of where the panels are. And just as a reminder, this is the farm homestead for Sam Slozak and his wife, Rachel. It's contiguous with their farm, Moors End Farms, one of the two remaining Nantucket farms dating back many generations, and similar to Bartlett's, they would like to plan having the farm switch over completely to solar power. The property's set back 780 feet from the Pulpus Road. And on the front of the property, there is no solar, which is faces Pippin's Way. So there's nothing you can see from Pippin's Way. And Sam Slozak is here and he would like to speak if possible.
Okay. Are you finished, Karen?
I am.
Okay, so Sam, you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just kind of rehash what I talked about last time, and that's that, you know, my sister and her husband have done a similar project, and now Rachel and I are moving into it, and then after, you know, once, if we can get through this, we'll have a solar project going on the farm proper. And, you know, really, I guess the major issue was basically the color of the panels versus the backdrop of the cedar shingles. But, you know, there's that little bit of visibility from Pulpus Road that you can see. It probably, you know, stands out more with a Christmas tree stuck on top of our house like there is now. But I think most of the time you can't really, you know, it's a pretty much of a glance. And I guess, I don't know, I guess I don't really have anything further to add other than from what I had last time. You know, it sort of is what it is.
Okay, thank you. Studying where these are going. Okay, if anyone's ready to start on this, that would be great.
I've got a brief comment, and that is that I don't mind the ones on the shed, not the shed, but the lower roof line, but the upper roof line seems irregular in shape, and I think it's gonna, with the wood shingles, the black panels are going to draw your eye to that upper portion of the roof. So it just looks like very irregular to me, and I don't know what to do about it. So
are you talking about on the south elevation or
Southeast,
the west elevation?
Southeast.
Okay, I can't see that. Right.
Oh, well, we have it on our screen right now. Southeast being
that-
one that faces across the farm.
Okay, right. But you understand that there's a bunch of trees there. You'll only be sort of able to see the top left and top right of the top pitch, really. Wait, is that the right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to speak to that if I could. The irregularity is due a lot to the different pitches that, especially on the right-hand side as we're looking at it, there's 3 different pitches there. And so they look irregular because of the view onto the elevation.
Which, that's not even, oh, that's the north elevation up top.
No,
No.
southeast. North, okay. So Karen, sort of yes, kind of.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So to Abby's point, on the main roof on the southeast, you have 3 panels approaching the ridge that are in portrait format. Then you have 3 panels underneath that are in landscape. And then you have 2 panels underneath that are back to portrait. And then, you know, on the other side, you've got 2 that are in landscape on the top and 2 that are in portrait underneath. I think that's what she's saying. Because she's already said that she does not mind having the ones down on the lower roof, the single story roof. Oh, that was the nature of her comment. No. So,
do we have the photos from the road that could be brought up? Because it'll sort of show the screening of the cedars that are immediately next to the house. Sorry, we're having an 8-year-old's birthday party, and I thought I'd regale them with an HDC meeting to really.
What could be more fun? What could be
about.
more fun than an HDC meeting? But what I do want to do is I want to hear what the rest of the board members have to say. So Abby, you've spoken.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so Diane, you ready? Let's see. Diane muted.
Hi.
There you go.
I would think this would be a hard place to really see what you were seeing. I think the ramifications of allowing the solar panels in this house that will spread to the farm is the same sort of consideration that we gave Bartlett Farms with their 400 panels over against the trees. I don't think that it is bad if people even see it. I could suggest that perhaps some of the panels with Karen's help get more regulated. These have just obviously been put in by hand and they should be moved. So they do what we've asked to do before, is getting them as regular and evenly spaced as possible. So that's what I think.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you have a fundamental objection to seeing this over.
I do not have a fundamental. No, I do not have a fundamental objection to this at all.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, we've heard from Diane, Abby, Val.
It's really just the side you can see from Pulpus, and it's the haphazard fashion that they're on the roof. And I know that the sister has them, but don't they have an asphalt roof? So that helps. And the lower roof, I agree, probably won't be seen. It's the top roof, and what is the most visible across the farm are the ones that are the most haphazard. So I would like to see some sort of regularity in those panels.
Thank you, Val. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I get and share the concerns. I think just to put this to bed, perhaps, can we just address, if we're looking at the elevation that's currently shown on the screen, the southeast?
That's the most visible.
Correct. Okay, that's my understanding too. And I think, Karen, what your comment was is that on the left or on the right-hand side, there's a dormer with 2 panels on it, and above that is a 3-panel section or a 5-panel section. but there's a change in the roof the roof planes there between the three horizontal longer horizontal are on, and the three above it are on a different roof plane than the two below it.
I believe so. It's I'd have to look again. It's
Yeah.
what I do
Can we stay on the southeast on that, please? Yeah, I mean, there's no other way that that dormer could exist. So that explains that for me. I think what I would just suggest is that if it's going to be a concern, is that that last one that sticks out would be removed in order that it could be approved on a wood versus a black roof. And I think on the left-hand side, it looks to me, and I'm not doing math here, but it looks to me like the two that are horizontal left to right could be, you could put four of them. So instead of having two rectangles and two squares, you have four rectangles. And that could simplify that view. I personally believe that this is going to be not incredibly visible or catch your eye because Pulpus Road is so far away. My concern and any motion that I would support would be that none of these are visible from the residential area, but I'm just trying to offer some suggestions based upon what I've heard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Wow, so this is really close, and it seems like we're just trying to make some sense out of the way these are organized. Interestingly, Karen, the roof walk is symmetrical on top of this gambrel roof, which would mean that whatever happens on the right-hand side could happen on the left side and vice versa. So,
no,
no, you know what I'm saying?
The roof walk's symmetrical, but you can see that the gambrel structure towards us is not where the chimney is. So it allows more to be on the right hand than the left.
Well, yeah, but so the piece that seems to be the nettlesome piece for some of the board members is this third landscape one that's basically riding underneath of the roof walk. And Stephen has suggested getting rid of that. I believe that's what his suggestion was. Getting rid of that one piece. So you'd be like 7 on that side, 4.
The spacing and the sizes just don't add up to me. I think you could put more on the right and eliminate almost all of them on the left, or add some on the southeast. There's a whole roof section lower that has nothing.
Oh, the steeper roof plane, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it has nothing, including sun, though, is the problem, I think.
Can I quickly add a suggestion here? We're on the southeast elevation, if we could bring that up. When you see the chimney and the roof line that goes to the left and the right, why can't we put them on those and no one would see them, the upper ones? You see where I'm talking about? There's the left and right, that pitch could be covered in.
Well, they may already have them on there.
They are. Yeah. If you scroll, they are on the left. The right side is too much shade. It's the north side, but on the left they are there.
Yeah, see, it's covered with them there, Abby.
Yeah, but you see like how near the chimney, there's a whole space of, there could be panels there.
Okay, so what I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name, Sam. What Sam says, and I can't disagree with, is that's a much steeper roof plane, so you're not going to get optimal solar gain from that. They have to be more horizontal.
Right. And well, the other thing is, I think that's that space between the second floor, and I'm looking at the west elevation, the second floor kind of porch there, and where
Yeah.
the highest chimney is. I don't
Yeah.
think there's enough space there for a panel alongside the door.
Okay. All right.
Well,
If we're
it's
talking
really
about the
hard to tell because
All
of
right.
the way it's
So
grown
I'm
up.
going to go back to something I was trying to say earlier, and this might simplify things for a number of people. So can we go to the southeast for a second? Okay. Karen, stay with me on this one for a moment. Look at the right-hand side. Top, just below the ridge, you have 3 panels that are portrait format, 3. Beneath that, you have 3 that are landscape, but one sort of jutting out to the left-hand side. What Stephen suggests was, in order, for the sake of like organizing this, remove that one. So now you're down to 3 panels on the top with 2 panels below it. And then for the dormer, another 2 panels below that. Now take the top 3 in the portrait format and move them and do the same thing on the left side of the chimney. That's 3 plus 2 below that, that equals 5. So you've just gained back the one that you eliminated on the right-hand side. So your net exactly the same, you're just symmetrical.
Okay, so I'm happy to, no, I'm happy to remove that one that's jutting out. They won't fit the way we're talking on the left side because they'll hit the widow's walk, but I can just remove several, whichever ones you want me to remove, and go from there. We're happy to do that.
Take the widow's walk down. It's not necessary to have. Gives
Where
you
would my
more room
Christmas
if you
tree
want.
go, Diane?
No, that's thinking outside the box. Redo the
Dan,
roof.
give it to me and I'll put it up.
I just think if the drawings were more to scale and showed what was actually happening, they'd have a lot less trouble.
Okay, can I back up? I need a clarification, please, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
The landscape panels on the left-hand side of the southeast elevation in the upper left-hand corner are clearly shorter than the portrait panels.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't be or the drafting is incorrect, which I understand happens, but as drawn to scale, you could remove the portraits below and install 2 landscapes, and your square inches isn't going to be dramatically different because you're picking up some on the left to right that you're losing on the top to bottom. And that would solve that kind of odd shape. I'm not sure what I'm missing.
Well, so Stephen, you're definitely correct in that these aren't exactly drawn to scale because none of these little squares are like the same size.
And that's the hard thing. We're trying to make sense of what's on here and vote on something, and we have no idea really what it's going to be.
So Karen, listen, I think we're really, really super close here. I don't think that we're requesting you to reduce the number of panels that you have. I just think that we're looking for a tidier organization on the roof plane, and I know that you can do it. Okay? So I think
I'll
that
make a motion for revisions.
yeah. So
Clean up the drawing. Please.
again, I think that the board is getting comfortable with the idea of having these things being visible from over the farm. All right. What we just want to do is have spend a little bit more time using a ruler and a scale and getting them to scale so that they're organized. And I think that when you do that, you'll find that, well, A, you can do it, and B, that it will be something that we can approve. So Abby has made a motion to hold for some revisions. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thanks, folks, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Have a happy birthday party there. Okay, 57B Pochik. Board, myself, Diane, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver.
And I'm here.
Okay, I
Hi,
knew you
guys.
would be.
Happy New Year.
Who is
Oh,
typing?
almost.
Is it Terry? Is
I don't
Terry?
know.
Tori.
Tori.
No, I mean, who's typing? What's the typing noise?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, that would be me.
Even busted.
Always busy.
Okay, so where do we leave off with this one, Tori?
Okay, so I feel like we're pretty much at a staff approval situation. You guys were not fond of the window fenestration. You were okay with the most. You were not fond of the congruent one singular ridge line. So we've adjusted the ridge line. We've actually raised the top to give you definition. And the ridge was already in a amicable location. And then we've adjusted a couple of the single light custom windows to a 2/1 configuration. And I do have a picture if you want me to share it with the existing main house showing the exact same configuration that's in the main gable in the south of this dwelling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Do we want to look at this picture? You think it would be helpful?
Well, I'll let you look at the drawings maybe first and then you tell me.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So you raised the ridge and what is the new ridge height, Tori?
Let's go back. And I did speak to him, Ray, about you're always pointing out like the exact ridge height versus from foundation.
Oh,
So I
good.
believe we allocated that correctly for
Yeah,
you.
it's from foundation now. It's 26 feet high. Okay. All right, let's see, board members.
I think my concerns were at matching the main house, and one was this was a wood, they wanted a wood roof and this is asphalt, and that the
I
the
believe.
sash is,
Hang on, Tori.
Sorry.
Continue, Val.
it was more about matching the main house for me.
Okay, so
I appreciate the changes. I think the steeper pitch looks better. All of that, the massing, I don't think was ever a concern, but it was that this was so different from what was already existing.
Okay, so I think Tori is, did you say that you had pictures of the main house?
So I'm going to defer to, unfortunately, this is a problem with our Zoom situation. Holly, are the original pictures that we had available?
I think they should, just so you know, Tori, they should
I
always.
have to resubmit them every time.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's very cumbersome for staff to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I do have them if I can screen share, but
Well, gosh, if you can screen share and you've got them, then let's do that.
okay.
Because that seems to be Val's main concern.
Right. So the main house is very odd, and I think it is asphalt, Val, is it not?
I thought you said wood.
I didn't say wood this time. I believe it's matching the same.
Let's screen share. We'll be able to tell immediately.
Okay, give me a second to just diminish and open.
At least you have a good connection.
Yeah.
We haven't had that all night.
Since I just got off the boat. Okay, give me 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Where is my email? Sorry. Done. Changes for HCC. Megan.
If you can't find them or can't pull them up, I just sent them back to Holly. They were
Okay, I think I found them.
they were in the original submission.
Right, and I'm sorry that that's so not congruent for you guys.
I think
Yeah.
that with every single successive application,
We
everything
need to resubmit.
included,
For pictures, yeah.
Correct.
Oh, there we go.
because we're stuck with this shit crappy format.
Right. Okay, so here you go. So there's the that's the entrance. The dwelling we're talking about is going to be immediately to your left. This is the main house. You are right, Val.
Wood. Oh, huh. Interesting. What's
But
this?
they are
building-
matching the window sash and the trim color.
Yeah. Okay. So what is this building on the far left-hand side? Because that has.
That's a garage structure.
Is that staying?
Yeah, that's staying, correct. And I do have an additional picture that's not included here of the same configuration in the back of that one single light with the two side light windows as well.
You mean a picture unit?
A picture unit, yeah.
Okay.
Which one of your concerns last time was the picture unit being too wide and too big and inappropriate for the location and visible from Boulevard.
Mhm.
So we've adjusted that and made the 2/1
Oh, I
on
see.
the left and the right.
Yeah. Okay. So
With a-
Val,
What did we, roof was?
the roof on the main house is red cedar. I can't say that it's red cedar necessarily. And then there's a garage or something that has an asphalt roof on it.
Yeah, I saw the asphalt roof, but that
So-
other roof is hard to.
Ray,
What
to
it is.
clarify, our proposed roof is asphalt,
And is it
No, I
three
know.
tab or architectural?
architectural.
So then we're gonna have three different structures on this site with three different roofs.
So we're happy to accommodate that through
Well, I think-
staff, whatever
I
you think.
I think what Val's getting at is if the garage, the current garage has 3-tab on it, rather
Yeah.
than go with brand new architectural, why don't you stick with 3-tab?
No problem.
Right, Val? Did I say that properly?
Yeah, just so that there's some,
Congruency.
yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, Val, any other comments or concerns on this?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Diane.
Yes, my only thought is on that all the shed dormers are much wider than the windows in them. There's too much space on either side of the windows. Either separate the windows and move them out toward the end, or make the dormers smaller. They
Good point.
swim in the dormers. All of them have that problem.
Okay, good point. Tori, be thinking about that while I pull up my next victim. Let's see, Abby.
I agree with Diane on that point.
Okay.
And I think it would help the architecture. I think it would help the design to make those shed dormers smaller.
Well, I think Diane actually offered a choice of either making the shed dormer smaller or separating the windows so that they filled out the space a little bit more equally.
Yeah, either way.
Okay.
But I think that the size of the shed dormer is competing a bit with the main massing. So.
Okay.
And the windows are bigger than the ones on the first floor, for heaven's sakes.
Indeed, they
D
are.
windows, and the first floor is B windows.
Yeah, true. That's right. Okay, is that it, Abby?
Well, so does that door look tiny, like for a look, it doesn't, it looks kind of small.
That actually looks like a 2.8 door as opposed to a 3-foot door, which you ordinarily have at a front.
So
The main door?
I would pump up that front door a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but I know
Trim.
it's a cottage, but still.
Well, and the trim, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay, John McLaughlin, we haven't heard from you yet. It's your turn.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is the height of the structure?
26 feet, I believe, John.
It's, I still have problems trying to read these things. Yeah, I'll be working on it in the future.
Well, do you want, here, look, Holly will zoom in on that for you.
I'll pass it this time with no comment.
Yeah, so John, it is indeed 26 feet tall, the main ridge.
Thank you. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. So, Tori,
Yes.
sounds like your main issues here are the separation of these windows. Can we do that?
If I could, Chair, through you, agree to separation of windows, beefier door trim on the front door,
Yep.
and matching the shingles to the garage.
Yep.
Through staff, we'd be more than happy to do that.
Could I ask one more question before?
Oh,
we
sorry,
make a-
Diane, go ahead.
You certainly can,
That's
Diane.
right.
Go ahead.
That which occurred to me when I was complaining about other stuff was it the B window. Is this an upside down house?
Yes. No, actually.
I wondered why you had D and C windows on the second floor and only B windows on your main floor.
I believe
should
that's
all be
only on the
C
north
windows.
elevation.
That's the only one I got.
Yeah, I believe if you look at the other elevations, that's not the case. It's the fact that we've got the kitchen, etc.
Okay, well, it's hard to see the other because we get to see it one at a time and it's
Right.
never all.
Right.
So if there's a reason, that's all I had to add to my separation of the windows.
I believe Holly is showing the other elevations now, if you want to take a look.
Yep. There they are.
I got west elevation, which has one window.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see here that the second floor is smaller than the first floor on the south.
The first floor, I've got F. What, they look
And
the
then
same size as a D.
Smaller.
The F is larger than the D.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, I've told you about the windows that I think we need to do. And like on that south elevation, that dormer is, you could get another whole window in between, but don't widen the windows or smaller the dormer. Okay?
We're more than
That's
happy to
what I-
separate the ganged windows, no problem.
Okay. So I think this might sail if we did the following. Separate the ganged windows that are in the shed dormers. Widen the trim around the entry door. And was there a third thing?
The shingles.
Oh yeah, the shingles, right. Thanks. Go to
something
3
about the
tab
front
as
door.
opposed to architectural. Would somebody care to make that motion and see what?
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. I knew you'd come through for me, girl. Okay, so Val has made a motion. On that motion, Abby.
Sorry, did you add pump up that front door trim or whatever?
Yes, we did. That's part of the motion.
All right, and I've got to step out. Yes, and I'm stepping out.
Okay, great. Thank you, Abby. Diane.
Yes.
That's an aye. Okay, great. John.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries unanimously.
Thanks,
Okay.
you guys. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Same
Okay.
to you.
Now we're along to our new business agenda. First thing up is 3 Cachalot Hoop Tent. And this will be the regular board unless anybody has a conflict.
Abby stepped out.
Oh, right. Abby did step out. So let's see. Carrie, are you still there?
I am.
All right. You want to sit in on this one?
Sure.
Cool. Do we have somebody to represent this? It says agent self.
Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Chair, it's Ned Paul. He's here.
Okay, very good. Okay, so here we are. We have a site plan. We should probably take a look at the locus. Right. Now, interestingly, the locus does not identify Cachalot, but it's the one with the cul-de-sac at the end. Okay. So is this structure?
Right.
It looks like this structure is going in the front yard, huh?
Right. That I think is the issue.
That's the issue. Yeah. What's that? Ned? Did we lose you?
Says
Sarah?
hoop tent to be
Placed.
placed.
Right. Okay. So
What is that that's there though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
Did we
that's
lose our
very
applicant?
visible.
Yeah, I
Did
believe.
I leave?
Oh,
He's here. Ned? Ned?
I just heard somebody.
I saw a picture of him.
Ned? Here you are.
Can somebody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, now we can.
I keep losing you. Sorry.
Well, you know, the earphones don't help. I know that from experience.
Okay.
So did you hear what people were saying? One, it's in your front yard.
Now, yeah. Yes.
Right? It's in your front yard. Two, what is this thing that we're looking at?
That's all gonna be gone when I get a chance to put a hoop tent. Because
but
right now
what is it?
That's just like a lean-to with just like plastic. That's nothing.
Oh, well, it's definitely something.
Yes, but that's just like temporary structure.
Okay. So listen, this hoop tent of yours, is it too a temporary structure?
Sort of, because right now I'm running into problem building a shed. I got approval from you guys to build a shed, but I gotta get rid of this structure so I can get the zoning permit.
You have to get rid of the structure that's on the property. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah. It's not a real structure, but I guess they consider it as a structure. But I still need to. That's why I need a hoop tent to be able to store.
Okay. Listen, first of all, I'm 100% certain that nobody approved that temporary structure that's sitting in your front yard right next to the sidewalk. So the building department is correct in having you take it down. Now, the issue for us right now is that you have a hoop tent, which, you know, isn't like, from an aesthetic standpoint, appreciably better than what's there now, also in your front yard. So is it indeed the size that we're looking at there in that photograph? That seems quite large.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be 20 feet long.
Okay, how high is it?
It's about 12 feet high, I think.
12.
I didn't choose. Yeah, I didn't choose,
No, it's
that's just like
higher than that.
samples.
With 14. Okay. So listen, Ned, I'm going to turn this over to
Yes.
the board just to hear what people have to say. And by the way, now that we're under new business, you have the regular board, which is going to be Diane. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Abby stepped out. So Diane, John, Val, and Carrie Thornwell, and myself. Okay. So any of those people, if you would care to weigh in on this for me.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I
Val.
will.
I will.
Okay, let's do Diane first. Go ahead, Diane.
First of all, where he has it placed is down near the sidewalk, the front of the building. A hoop tent does not belong in a formal setting, such as a brick wall. It doesn't belong in the front, it belongs in the back. He's got enough property to hold that. I am related to the most hoop tents around, I'm sure, and they are big, and it should not be view of the driveway going up, because Cash Lot for the most part is quite open. It should be put behind the building, and whatever addition to the driveway should be made to drive over the dirt. But look at what his planting is at the front of the building. It does not stand for a hoop tent.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the size of his lot. He's got, with some thought, area to put another one. If we allow a hoop tent at this place, I think we had one over off White Street, and there was another one that we've done over the years, but I think it's very questionable to have it. To me, it is questionable to have it where he's proposed it.
Okay.
That's it.
Have to agree with that. Okay, Carrie, you ready?
Yeah, I was just wondering if he.
Can I say
No,
something?
hang
Excuse me.
on. Carrie's talking. Go ahead, Carrie.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if he needs a demo permit for what's there, because it looks like a structure, but.
My guess is that was never permitted, Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means no demo permit necessary?
I don't think so.
I agree with Diane. I think it's going to be visible until those small trees turn big. But I'm also wondering if it can go parallel with the driveway further back. If that fits, would it be less visible with enough planting?
Yep.
And something to scale would be very helpful. I don't know if that thing is to scale.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
That's it.
Good points all. Thank you very much. Val.
So I think, Ned, the reason that this is causing some concern is a couple of things. One is that none of the information is consistent. The paperwork for the hoop shed you're showing a picture of says 14 by 24 and it's 14 feet high. The site plan shows it way back off the street, not close to the sidewalk, without a distance, and that says 25 by 18. And then we have the photo showing the building or structure that's there, which you'd like to replace. So that's one thing. For me, the other concern is you said that a shed was approved, but you were not able to get a permit for that until you take this down. And I'm wondering, are you thinking that the hoop house isn't going to count as ground cover and it's a temporary structure until you build the shed? We don't know where the shed is on this site plan proposed, or is this going in this general area you're showing, which is not where the structure is that's in the picture, and the shed is going there. So there's some unclarity, I think, which is lending itself to bogging this down.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you, Val. How about you, John?
Yes, thank you. I have a question. 3 Tetchelot Lane. It touches onto the front street. How far is it from where he wants to put this to get up to Tacoma Road? How far away from Tacoma Road is it?
It's the second lot in.
I'm sorry?
Second lot in from the corner.
Yeah. There's a lot of commercial in that area. I can't say I object to it because there's a couple up there. So I'll pass on this one. Thank you.
No, there isn't.
Hey, it sounds like, Ned, I think we need a lot more information on this one. It's rather confusing for all of us. So you've heard what we've had to say. I would like to have a motion to hold this for some revisions and more information.
So move.
Thank you very much, Diane. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you. We'll see you next time. Okay, 11 Meadow Lane. Thanks. We got a pool hardscape. No one needs to recuse. Oh, actually, is Abby still away? You know, Abby was not feeling well tonight, and she said at a certain point she might sort of disappear.
Well, I'd love to do that too.
What's that?
I'd love to do that too.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Hang in there.
I think it was very considerate of her to leave the fireplace library view up for us, though. That's kind of like what I watched on my TV for Christmas.
Yeah, I feel crazy whenever I see that. So listen, until further notice, I think Abby is off. So Stephen, you want to sit in on this one?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay. Do we have a representative on board for this?
I'm here.
Okay, that's good. You want to tell us what you're up to?
I'm just hanging out in my kitchen. Oh, you're talking about the plans?
That was a very snappy reply. I like it. That was perfect.
Thinking about opening a beer, but I didn't want to make you guys jealous.
Oh. No, I have my wine here. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, good. So I think you guys have already seen the plans for the house and the pool house that Ethan submitted. So this is for the hardscape. And I did so wish we had those, Katie. It would so help. Have what? The picture, the approved houses, because we can't remember what they look like. Oh, I might have included down, if you keep going, they might be in there. I can't remember. I usually throw Ethan's plans in there if I think of it. I have them. I can email them to Kathy right now.
I would tell you could screen share, but I don't know how to do it myself.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, so
I can try to find them and send them to Holly.
It's imperative to have stuff like that to make
Yep.
a quick decision.
Yep.
I'm actually surprised I didn't include it because I just included that plan there. That's all. I didn't include the elevations. I know you guys approved the house, but you had concerns about the pool house, but I think Ethan resubmitted.
Yeah.
I did submit to the planning board for permission for a double curb cut. So that's going to be heard on the 7th.
I was just going to ask that, Katie.
Yeah. So I did all that. So waiting to hear about that. Obviously, if they say no, I'll revise the driveway.
So, Katie, does this have a pool cover?
Yes.
Auto? All right, so we don't need to worry about fencing.
That wasn't on there.
So it's really all about visibility, I guess.
Katie, what's there for screening? Is there like hedge around it or?
Right now there's natural vegetation all around the back. So there's going to be some clearing there, but then on the neighbor's side on number 9, there is hedge, but I'm still going to add more and a fence.
Number 9 would be at the top of the sheet or the bottom? Oh, the bottom. Okay. Mhm.
So, okay, maybe you want to walk us through it because I don't see the hedge on here.
Well, it says 6-foot-high vegetation fence.
Yeah, the hedge is on the other property. It starts right about where the gate is, and it goes back. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I think it goes back almost to the back corner of the property line.
Mhm. Okay. Are we still waiting to get the pictures of the?
I think we just need to hold for more information. I'm sorry. If we had everything, we could probably like crank it out, but.
So what, just the elevations?
The house and then like some photos of what's around it or something so we could see what the vegetation is.
That.
Public way photos in there. There's nothing, I mean, it's an empty lot. You can see on that photo you just passed that.
So this is the house that was approved?
No, that is, yes.
Right. Well, that's funny. So it's so different from the.
Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarification, those are the last submissions I have. I don't have the actual approvals. I don't know the numbers. So those are just what you looked at last time for the house and the pool house.
Was this the one that had the kind of screwball
Yeah.
pool house?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah. So we haven't approved that thing.
Boy.
He's revising that.
Okay.
He's doing.
Okay. So, but that's not really important to this because the main thing is that the house is screening the pool from Meadow Lane.
Yeah. My head's gonna explode in a second.
Okay, so do you want to just move this along, Val?
Yeah.
You want to hold for more information?
You know what?
P.S. Any other board member is welcome to speak on this application.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that's a good idea. Just, Katie, sorry, but we just got so much to do, and to go back and forth, it's difficult. I know it's probably relatively simple, but there is some question about the status of the pool house. I think personally that much of this isn't going to be visible, but it's also not going to get built next week, maybe. So if we could get it all in one package, it would be better for everyone.
The pool house, I mean, it's the footprint's not changing. I know Ethan is revising the whole thing, but I mean, other than the footprint, it doesn't affect my plans at all. The footprint is
no, but what's hard, Katie, and I'm sorry, it's probably me that's being the pain, but like, I know it says vegetation fence, but I don't have any idea of what's there or what's staying there or what the neighbor's plan is doing. It just
Well, and it also sounded like we were relying on the neighbor's vegetation for screening.
No, they have privet on their side of the property line. I'm just going to put up vegetation fencing on our side.
Okay, so I think I just need to then maybe view it and see what's there because the picture just doesn't show me that. And
okay. Does somebody want to do a motion on this to move it along?
So just to be clear, that's all you need to know is you just need to see what's on the neighbor's side of the property line?
Yeah, and frankly, if it's on the neighbor's property and it's a hedge, that means that they could take it down at any time, which would mean that you can't really rely on your neighbor's vegetation to screen your stuff. So we'd like to see something on your property as well.
Oh, so wait, I don't know what page I'm on, but like page 5, I'm doing it on a different computer myself, shows the back end of a car, a ginormous tree, and then some hedge and some flags.
Yeah.
Is that the hedge?
That's the hedge.
That's starting where see that pile of Belgian block?
Yeah.
So that is where the fence is going to be at the corner of the house. So that's the existing vegetation. So from there forward to the street, we're putting on our own hedge. And then from there back is the existing hedge. But there's no room to put in anything else. I mean, if they take their hedge down, obviously we have to plant something else, or just put in a 5-in-1 fence or something instead of just the vegetation.
Okay.
We could do the 5-in-1 fence if that is better.
No, I mean,
Here, we need to make a motion on this, folks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a comment.
Please.
11 Meadow Lane, in accordance to the plot plan, apparently where the house is going to be, that there's a lack of visibility from the traveled way, public road. I think there's going to be a lack of visibility from Meadow Lane going back from both sides. I don't think you'll see the pool. It's well vegetated. Thank you.
Oh, well, thanks, John, because I happen to agree with you. So what are we doing, folks?
well, I guess, wait, did Stephen make a motion?
No.
Okay. I would just say that
Sorry.
we could pass it with our caveat,
Mm-hmm.
seen
We
at
could
time
do
of
that.
inspection and thereafter, but just in the future, give us more than we need and we can make these decisions quicker.
Thought I already did that.
Well, there was no picture of the house. I mean, like, we look at 1,000 houses a month. Like, I don't remember what this house looks like.
Well, I mean, the only reason I would even have a picture of the house is because I work with Ethan. Otherwise, I wouldn't
All right.
have access to that.
I think Val was just about to make a motion here.
I did make a motion, but I'll take
You
it back
did.
if nobody
You take
else.
it back? Wait a second.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, I am too. What
Just tell me
motion?
what to do.
All
Yeah.
right. Pass it through staff with our caveat, can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter, but from now on, we need everything.
Okay, that's a good motion. All right. So on that motion, Stephen.
With my hands in the air, yes.
All right. Thank you. John.
We just wasted 10 minutes.
John.
Yes, I'm here.
Noah, are you okay with the motion?
Repeat it, please.
To approve through staff, or actually to approve with the stipulation that it will be invisible, the pool will be invisible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you, John. Diane.
Aye.
All right, let's see, Val, on your
Aye.
incredible motion. All right, so Val and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. There you go, Katie.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Can I open a beer now?
You can, yes. Right. Okay, bye.
You want to share?
Okay, next up, 3 Pleasant Street, Shed, Linda Williams. Let's go.
In a nutshell,
And then we just sort of languished.
in a
Landscape.
nutshell, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ray? You can? Okay. In a nutshell, this is a shed. It's kind of odd, but it's not visible. HSAB even said it wasn't visible.
Okay.
But it's in the old historic district, but you can't see it from anywhere unless you airlift into the backyard.
Okay.
It's blocked on all four sides. It's also below the level of the first floor of the house because the grade drops off so sharply. We've been up there several times already on other aspects of this. We got a weird door, and they didn't particularly like the slope of the roof because it wasn't a true salt box. But it's not visible, so everybody figured we should bring it to you and have you say, okay, fine, it's not visible.
Okay. That's great, Linda. Nice, short, to the point.
Short
By the way, I don't believe, oh, Abby, you are back. Abby's back.
Hello.
So we're back to the regular board. So what do we have to say? Oh, and just to make sure that Linda is telling the truth, I want to hear from Holly what HSAB had to say.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the main dwelling, of course, is a typical Nantucket built in 1804. So of course, it's a historic structure. The main concerns from the HSAB and staff is that the architecture style is not necessarily appropriate for a typical Nantucket. The shed is proposed with a salt box roof pitch and swinging doors that would be more appropriate. So overall, the design, as Linda had indicated, is not preferable. And therefore, even though it's not visible from the public way, it's up to you all to make that determination. Those are our comments.
All right, thank you.
As weird as this is, it's not visible from a publicly traveled way, so it's out of the jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you,
And
Linda.
below, probably about 4 feet below the street level and behind the house.
Interesting. Okay. Regular
not
board.
out of our
Diane.
jurisdiction.
Not visible.
Yes.
Hang on, Diane?
What, it isn't a case of being visible or not. If it doesn't fit into the area, that puts it underneath the HTC consideration. It says so in the freaking mission. So I was wondering what the pagoda is coming off the front of the shed.
It's a pergola.
And how wide, how long, wide?
It's
how wide is it? How much, how?
It's, I think it's 108 square feet.
Well, no, the pergola is to the column, Diane, is 2.5 feet. And then it sort of like overhangs by another 2.5 feet. So total length of that thing is about 5 feet, Diane.
5 feet. Well, I
5.
don't think it's in keeping with the shed. So
Mr. Chairman.
it,
hang on, John. Diane, continue. Diane?
I think that the doors should, yes, a minute. You should hear me. I think the doors, are they sliders? I can't remember what you said, Linda.
They're bifold.
Yeah. Bifold.
Bifold. No, I would like to see them be old with hinges and open that way batten door with the batten on the inside. And I think the pagoda is not suitable for a shed.
A pergola?
In the back of an 1804 house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Diane. John.
Those bifold doors there. Looks like 4 of them. Am I correct or am I wrong?
You are correct, John.
Okay. My case is I question the location on the lot. It might be visible from the neighbor across and right up from the street on the left side of the Pleasant Street. I would like to make a motion to hold for another viewing to be sure in my calculations. Thank you.
Okay, John, but I do want to hear from the other board members on this before I take your motion to a vote, if you don't mind. Is that okay, John?
I'm sorry?
I would like to hear from the other board members before I take it to your vote.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Abby.
Well, am I Okay, so I would like a more regular pitched roof. This looks a little odd to me. The pergola seems a little spindly, and it doesn't, like, I don't even know if that post is in the right place.
Hmm.
And it seems sort of just spindly. I think the doors are, I don't even understand the doors. I'd rather just see an old fashioned door there for a shed. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Val?
I have no concerns with this shed, as odd as it is.
Okay.
What? Val, I didn't hear you.
I said I
She has
have
no
no
concerns.
I didn't hear
concern.
Val's comment.
She has no concerns.
Okay.
Okay. So John has made a motion to view this. Linda, there's a couple members that are concerned about the pergola and the pitch of the roof and perhaps the doors. So let's do a viewing, and perhaps, if you want to submit some revisions, that would be fine too. Can somebody make a motion to that effect? Well, actually, John already has.
I don't know
John,
if you can hear me, but my screen is frozen.
Okay, so John's motion is to hold for a viewing. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Thank you, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, thanks, Linda. Next up, we have.
Mr. Chairman, can this come back? Mr. Chairman, before you go, I don't know if you can.
What?
Freezing up a lot here. Can you hear me?
I can now.
I wanted to see if this can go back on Thursday. This is crazy. This is 3 meetings for a shed that's not visible from a publicly traveled way. Can it come back on Thursday if everybody can just drive by Pleasant Street and take a look?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Is that all right with everybody?
So Kathy, can we throw this on Thursday?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Okay, 5 Boulevard, move off. Demo. Val, are you representing this, or do you have somebody else representing it?
I thought Carl was going to be here, but I can.
I am here.
Oh,
hi, Carl.
But so Val, I'm going to guess that you're probably going to recuse from this.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Carrie, are you still there? Carrie?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was muted.
Sit on this. Actually, sit in on the next 2.
Sure.
All right, very good. Thanks. Okay, Carl?
Hi there. Yes, the next permit is that we are going to be applying for a new dwelling. So I had advertised this home in the paper for a demolish, and I did get a few inquiries. However, the biggest concern for most people is that it's a 28-foot by 36-foot structure, meaning that in order to get it moved would most likely have to be cut in half into 2 pieces to be 14 feet wide to be moved elsewhere. I changed my application last minute to a move off as well, in addition to demolish, because my neighbor across the street, Rafael Sano, had expressed interest. So if he wanted the house, that was going to be an easy transition. However, Rafael is now applying for a new dwelling on his property and has said that he would no longer like the structure.
Okay, so I mean, you have applied for a move off / demo, but it sounds like you're interested in getting the demo portion of that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do we have on this? Vintage of the house?
1980, 81.
Okay.
It was constructed by my father, and obviously, with some sentiment, I was hoping someone else could take it. And I certainly tried different avenues to have that happen, but most people could not work within a timeline that would suit our ability to build a new structure and hopefully be in by next summer.
Okay.
I'll cut to the chase here.
No.
I'll make a motion to approve this request. I don't think it has any architectural merit.
Well, it does in the sense that Swede built it, so. it has a
Probably burn it
historical
down,
significance
too.
in my book. I'll have to vote against your motion, Abby, but Abby's made a motion to approve a move-off demo. On that motion, Diane,
Can I just, I should have chimed in beforehand.
Yeah.
I know this building well. Cannot the housing authority use it?
When I,
Has
I
he put,
when I spoke to them,
Carl,
yep.
did you? No, I just wondered, did you talk to them at all?
Yes. I spoke to them and they had a location at the end of Orkawa that they were potentially interested in.
Mhm.
However, they weren't going to be able to move this house off until April or May, which is when I want a new house put down. And I couldn't move it to the side of the property because there's going to be a slight regrading and I didn't want to work around the house consistently.
All right. Well, your father's going to get you. You know that.
he is. Okay. Well, listen, Abby has made a motion to approve move-off demo. So Diane, are you in favor or opposed to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're in
No, I.
favor of.
Favor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. John?
Aye.
All right. Thanks. And Carrie?
Aye.
And Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now, so we're going to look at the new dwelling. Same board.
Yeah.
He likes it.
Did I hear a motion for approval?
So I'll do the little
Yeah,
presentation
good
if you
sense.
want. It's going in virtually almost the same place as the house, but it's going to address the boulevard as opposed to, what's that other wing?
Eagle's Wing.
Eagle's Wing, which the present house does. The garage is staying where it is. So that relationship will stay the same. And it will have white trim, black sash, and a black roof. It's 29 feet tall. And, you know, SDL windows, et cetera, et cetera. Modular.
This is context, right?
Correct. These are houses in the area.
Okay.
And Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, this house sort of dips, I mean, the lot kind of dips down in the middle, doesn't it?
Yeah, we are directly in the valley on the boulevard. So our neighbor's house, even at normal grade, kind of tower over us, which is the town clerk there. And you know, a lot of the houses do have very similar ridge height. I'm seeing on the plan that I'm working off of, Val, and this may be, I'm seeing 27 feet 9 inches.
That's only to the foundation.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it is about 29.6.
Okay.
But that's the highest ridge. I see
That's
that
the
Main
highest
Ridge is lower than that. So,
Yeah.
and that's the gable forward. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Who
I'll
would like
go.
to begin? Who said that?
Carrie,
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's a great looking house. I think the one thing that stands out is just the side lights because that's not a typical thing that we would approve. And I think with a more traditional door setup, it's very approvable. I do see a lot of ganged windows, but they're on the back, so I doubt they're going to be visible. The two on the front don't bother me because it's just a single unit of a ganged, you know, just two ganged. Yeah, I don't think any of that's going to be visible from the street.
Okay.
Going to be
handsome house.
visible from wing spread. Wing spread.
Wing spread?
Yeah.
Eagle's Wing.
I was the mailman there for 100 years.
Wing spread is in Shawcamo.
Well, it's the wing, whatever that.
I think, Diane, to assuage your concerns, if we could scroll to the page that has the site plan on it.
Or the locus, yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Wing.
side of
Oh,
the
Eagles
building,
Wing. Yeah, there we go.
the south that will face,
Eagles Wing Way.
Eagles Wing.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So continue, Diane.
No, it's just that you can see it from the boulevard and you can see it from Eagle Wing Way, which goes up, goes around a little cul-de-sac and comes back down again. So you sort of get to see it, even though it's dumped, there's a clump of trees, unless they've gone at the corner of Eagles Wing and the edge of the property. I just saying that I do believe that you will be able, that would be west, that would be north, that would be east. If it's considered the back is south, right, Carl?
The back is west.
West.
The back is west, yeah. If those will be the hardest windows. I take it all back. Those will be the hardest windows to see.
I agree
Because
with
that
that.
faces into,
Yes, it faces into the site.
yeah.
Left, south faces Eagles Wing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it, Diane?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Hang on, John, you're next. Diane's okay, so John, go ahead. John?
Yes, go ahead.
No, it's your turn at bat.
I had a comment on the front elevation.
Yep, go ahead.
The door, the front door is too heavily wrapped in glass. It should either have a transom or else have the side lights, but don't have them both. That's too heavy. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And Carrie agrees with you, so I think that's going to change for sure. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with John and Carrie about the front door, the transoms. I don't know. I don't think they're rendered correctly. You can't actually have, but I just wanted to make a pass for this lovely young couple. Their first house. It's, it's a home run. So I'm fine with it. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, as submitted, rather than change the entry?
And with the changing taking out the transoms above the front door.
And I believe we wanted to get rid of the side lights too.
Or reduce them to 3 with a panel at the bottom.
Okay, all right. As long
It
as that's
looks like
agreed.
there is a panel at the bottom, but yes, that. No transom and a panel at the bottom of the side lights.
Okay, so that is your motion, right, Abby?
Tis.
All right, thanks very much. So on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
All right, John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you.
Very much, everyone.
All right. Next up, 19B Hummock Pond Road. Oh, and let's see, this is the regular board. And is Luke representing this? I would
Yes.
imagine?
And
Okay.
there he is. I'm signing off.
Okay.
I am here.
All right. Hi.
Hi, thank you. This is for a local young family on the island. It's across from Hussey Farm Road. It's a very kind of rural area. The main house you can see is in the back. It's not visible from Hummock Pond Road. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, John.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Which one are we reviewing? The one that's labeled as proposed cottage or
Yes,
the?
it's the proposed cottage.
Okay, so it's close to Hummock Pond Road.
Yeah, I was referring to the house in the back that couldn't be seen.
Okay, but what's under review right now is the one that's up close to the road.
Yeah, I was trying to give an overview of the
Okay,
dynamics
got
of
it.
the site.
Thank you, thank you.
In general. So yes, this is a contractor's home. It's going to function as a workshop on the first floor, and then have dwelling capabilities on the other levels. We've tried to keep it as a very simple, boxy, typical Nantucket structure. He would like to have vertical siding, the wood barn, the barn board siding. Again, we think it's in an area that can contribute, that it would contribute to the area. So
Luke,
create pine with with vertical slats. I think
Luke,
that's, yeah.
it's not rendered at all that way, correct?
No, it's not rendered that way.
But so you're looking for this whole structure to be vertical board?
Yeah.
In other words, it wouldn't have any corner boards, right?
Correct. That's right. It's all natural.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, other than that, it's a simple structure.
Okay. Thank you, Luke. That was it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I have a concern only because this wasn't on the view list and I didn't view this. I don't see what's around it, like on either side of it or in back of it. And so for me, I'm having a hard time making this decision.
Oh,
okay.
Well, I think they're included. There are photographs included, if that helps.
Okay, because they weren't in anything.
Not with this PDF, so.
Right.
I've got it in my stack. Okay, well.
All right. So Val might want to take a look at the context. Abby?
As far as the architecture is concerned, I'm fine with it. So it's going to be natural weather off Humming Road. I'm just thinking, there are a couple of these that have the barn board. Where, is it near Pumpkin Farm turnoff? 19B, where is,
No.
It's my understanding there are some similar structures nearby.
I think if we just view it, Luke, it's going to make total sense to us. I just can't.
sorry, what are the surrounding roads so I can give it context?
Well, it's directly opposite Hussey Farm, the entry to Hussey Farm
Okay.
Road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
McBond's.
Okay.
The graveyard is off to the right.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Mr. Chair, you all reviewed a structure over here recently on this part.
Oh, the solar guy, the Peter Sindelbach.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, the back in
Yes,
the
it was set back.
he was
You
doing
couldn't see it from the street, and then you saw more
Right.
from Milk Street.
I'm okay with it, but if Val wants to view it, it's fine. I'm fine with that too.
But I'm just going to throw in there that all those vertical board buildings that are in that vicinity are A, further out and more rural, and B, not story and a half. They're more barn-like. So I really like the design of this building, just not with that barn board on it. Anybody else care to say anything before we view this?
How is important?
I'm with you. I
is
think
it
that the
that
barn board is not.
Thank you, Diane. You're against the barn board? Is that what I hear?
Yep.
Okay.
So would you be opposed if we passed it with regular shingles?
I want to see where it is.
I think that would be acceptable to, I mean, my client's preference was barn board, but if if shingles are acceptable and we can
All
get
right.
an approval today, that'd be great.
Okay, well, so somebody make a motion because Val really wants to view this before she.
Make a motion, Val.
I did make a motion to view, please.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, so on Val's motion to view this, Diane,
Mr. Chairman, on the motion,
Aye.
hang on. Thank you, Diane. Yes, John.
I had a comment.
Yes.
The vertical boarding, I think, is inappropriate for the immediate surroundings. That's what I'm saying. Either look at it and see what's shingle up there or don't, but I think it should be changed. Thank you.
Totally agree with that, John. Thank you. And you're in favor of the motion to view? John?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Yes, view.
Okay, and Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion carries. So we'll view this, but I think you might want to rethink the vertical board. Thanks, Luke.
Okay.
Okay, so 32 North Liberty.
I just wanted to ask if Luke could actually provide those photographs outside of the email body itself and put them in a PDF. That would be most appreciated.
It's actually,
Fabulous idea. Yep.
it is in the email, Holly, I think. We're pretty sure it was in that email.
Okay, it was, if you see this, it was in the body of the email, not actually in a PDF, and that's difficult for staff. That was my only comment.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
so
Sorry, Mr.
moving
Chair.
right along, 32 North Liberty. Oh gosh. Do we have Matt?
He asked to be moved to Thursday, so,
Including this one?
well, I would surmise
I
so.
would think so, yeah. Okay, so can we?
I
hold
think he
this?
said everything.
Can I have a motion to hold this for Thursday?
Motion to
Make
hold.
a motion to hold this for Thursday.
I'll take Diane's. Okay, so on Diane's motion to hold for Thursday, Abby,
Yes.
John, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. So that is held to Thursday. Now we're going to go to 8 Boulevard. Do we have Mark or anyone from Permits Plus to represent this?
Doesn't look as if he's here.
Hmm.
This was held for review and they did have problems erecting the height poles. They blew down, but he did provide pictures in the submission. But he's not here.
Of the height poles? Well, if I feel uncomfortable moving forward if we don't have anyone to represent, first of all.
Agreed.
So, hey, if anybody is out there other than Mark Poor or including Mark Poor that's going to represent this, please let us know. Otherwise, I want to.
What was that?
Do not know.
What was that? What was that?
Sorry, I'm just working on a computer.
Oh, okay. I knew it was you. Okay, so I think we got to hold this one for representation, please.
Motion for that.
Okay, thanks. Abby's made a motion to hold this for representation. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, John Lampy, I know he's there. I've seen him waiting. We're at lot 131 Reliance Way, fenestration.
Mr. Chair, may I take a 5-minute?
You sure can. I think I'm going to take, when you come back, I'm going to take my little 5-minute break.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Stephen, you want to take this one?
Yep, I just got back from my 5-minute break.
Great, lucky you.
I'm going
Okay,
for
John,
another
you got some.
5-minute break.
Wait, what?
I'm just joking.
Yeah, you just had one. Okay, John, what are you doing here?
So on the just two changes, south elevation, I thought it might look better with the 3 windows on the main dormer as
What
opposed
was it
to
before?
2 was approved.
Okay.
And I just thought it seemed a little empty with the two. Just a personal preference there. So wanted to see if you would consider that change.
East elevation?
Well, no, it's the south elevation.
Well, no, we're looking
Well,
at the east.
If you're looking at the east elevation,
Mhm.
those are the previously approved arrangement was those two windows separated by about 2 feet.
Mhm.
And so it's a kitchen. I did recall that the two mold windows was previously approved at 10 Delaney as a change. And so I thought I'd give it a whirl and see if you would approve of that, since it was previously approved, right? Two houses down.
Is that it,
And
John?
also, I might point out that it really probably, at the end of the day, won't be visible from Delaney, because the adjoining, the house right next door to it will be blocking that that area of the house completely.
So you're literally looking for 2 window changes here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I move this along? This is so
Yes, I would
easy.
love that. Thank you.
Honestly, a motion to approve.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table to approve as submitted. Let's see. So Val is gone, and did I say Carrie? Who's sitting in for Val?
I'm on this, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Okay, so on Abby's motion, Stephen?
I'm an aye, but I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I think with no prejudice to the applicant, John, and staff, we have to have, if there's a revision to a certificate, we have to be fair to every party. If we require that the previous certificate approval be in an application for one person, we have to require it for every person.
Yep.
So I just would like to point that out. With respect to the design and the changes, I have absolutely no concerns or questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So John, you got that, right?
Aye.
No, I meant John Lanter. I'm
no.
sorry. I'll get to you in a
What was
second. John McLaughlin.
That point passed me by. What was he saying?
The point is, you need to have the previous submission so that we can see what.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Okay, that's a must.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. But Stephen has voted in favor. Abby made the motion. John, are you in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Diane?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Abby?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Hey, Diane, would you mind let's see, is Val back yet? No. Okay, so let's continue. 6 Village Way. Move
Thank you
off
very
demo.
much.
Yeah, thanks, John.
And he wants to demo the
Okay,
building?
let's see. Val is not back, so this one will go to Carrie, if you're there.
I am.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm back, but I'm not going to sit on the next one. So
You mean this workshop APD?
no. I'll sit on this one, but the next one that's a pool, I'm not going to sit on.
Okay, so let's move forward with 6 Village Way.
Okay.
Okay, who's representing this one?
Andrew?
Hello?
Sorry, does anybody know where this is?
Yeah.
Where?
It's in Quidnet.
It's adorable.
Yeah.
I wish it were mine.
Well, it could be yours, but so is there nobody here to represent this?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody.
Yeah, okay, we got to pass this over.
Oh, this
All
is
right.
so sad. Motion to hold for representation.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. On that motion, let's see. So Diane?
Yes.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. John?
Repeat the motion, please.
It's to hold for representation, John.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Aye.
Abby on your motion?
Yes, I.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So it's going to get held over. Now, Val, you said that you can't sit on this next one,
Correct.
Sakacha?
Recuse, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. You can recuse. And so let me see where we are in the rotation. Stephen, did you have the last one?
Yes.
Okay, so Carrie, are you up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great.
So Lindsay, you want to tell us what's going on?
Yeah, so we're proposing putting in a pool and hardscape fire pit and a spa. It's at the end of Sakacha. The road kind of dead ends kind of at their driveway or just past their driveway because it feeds the neighbors. And they're actually buying part of the paper road as well, just because it kind of dies in to their property.
I'm trying to get a beat on where this is actually.
So you go down Westerwick and
Westerwick Way.
Yeah, exactly. And then you take a right onto Sakacha and it's at the very end.
Okay. All right.
So, and there's vegetation in between and you know, we're going to do some kind of landform berming also. I don't think it'll be visible.
Okay.
Can we see the locust? I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's having
it's not
some major difficulties.
There it is.
Zooming in.
Yeah.
We could zoom in on it a little bit.
So it's surrounded by conservation land on the side and on the back end of it.
Where's little Quidnet Village?
No. This is in oh gosh.
Abbey?
Cisco.
Cisco, thank you.
This,
Yeah,
where is it?
Sakacha Pond is in Quidnet, but this road is in Cisco.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought it was on the other end of the island.
So it's pretty much surrounded by conservation on the side and the back end. And then you have just the road that dead ends into there.
Yeah. Okay. So, what, things really slow?
Very slow.
Yeah. So that little thing that I see that has the verbiage in it, proposed pool and spa, is that a way?
Is that a way? Yeah, so that's the road. So because it feeds into the neighbor's driveway. But then it stops there. It actually stops a little bit before there.
Okay.
And it just feeds into the neighbor's driveway. But there's vegetation and everything between, and we fully intend to keep it screened from any public.
Lindsay?
Yes, sir.
Let's see the pictures of your vegetation.
They're all around it. There's the existing vegetation's all there. And then we would just supplement as needed to screen it.
Okay, who would care to begin on this one?
Well, Mr. Chair, could we just start at some of these photographs? Because I'm not fully aware of where this is. Could you say which one of these pictures, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
So if you look at image 8, you can see where the neighbor's driveway, you can see the corner of their apron. So that's essentially where the road stops. And then you can see the main house of our client in the distance. And so our proposed pool is on the other side of the pine tree, between that pine tree and the main house. Okay. It's kind of tucked in there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And you said, if I may, that the road dead end, it ends there, and the your clients are buying the rest of that road? as a-
Yeah, so them and the neighbors, they're in the process of purchasing the rest of it.
Okay, so it'll
But
never
since
go.
it feeds nobody else, because it's all conservation behind them, and
Mhm.
it's conservation on the other side of them.
Are you keeping that tree, that big tree? Because that
Yeah,
looks,
our intent is to keep as much vegetation as possible there, so it's not. But yeah, I think that the tree does stay.
Okay. Anything else, Carrie?
that's it. I'm pretty sure this won't be seen.
Sure feels that way. Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit about the buildings on the lot? Like you've got to drive, so you come down the driveway. What's the first one on the left? What's that?
The first one on the left is like a little shed. It's like it's weird. The lot's very long. So when you pull into the driveway, the first thing you see is a shed, and then you go up further and you see the cottage, and then you pull up even further. At the very back corner of the lot is the main house. So image 9 shows the cottage, and then I don't know if we show a picture of the shed, do we? I can't.
Image 9 shows the cottage. Okay.
That's the cottage.
That's number 9 right there with the wraparound porch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you go back, and then that must be a garage that you
Yeah,
end
so
up.
number 12, actually, image 12 shows the shed. So that's the first structure you see.
Okay, all right. Okay. So what's number 9 then?
So number
9
9
is the
is
guest
the guest house or cottage. And then image 8, in the far back, you can see where the main house is.
Yeah. Well, I'm just what I'm trying to figure out at the end of that driveway, what is that square? Or is that just a parking lot? Oh, it's just a parking.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right.
You want to continue, Robbie?
Well, if I was to pass this, I think I'd want to promote more of those black pitch pines, something natural, scrub oaks, to continue that vegetation. I'm worried about the placement of the swimming pool on the site. It looks arbitrary. Like it's like right next where you're gonna park the car, but it's not next to the house. So I want to make sure this is where you want it before we okay it.
So the reason we put it where we did is they want to kind of bring the two structures together and kind of make like a meeting point between the two. And our idea is to use kind of landforms, like that's why you can see the grading around the driveway to kind of shield it from. We're going to stay very natural, so it's like all native plantings, and you can actually see the circles that we drew in near the pool area. That those are actually vegetation that we'll be putting in to enhance and like pitch pines, because that's what really grows there anyway, are the pitch pines and the cedar. So that's what we put in there to kind of show that we're going to screen it so it's not visible.
Well, if I were to okay it, I'd want to keep that pitch pine in number 8, just like part of the approval. I just think it's, I think it's really important. There's not a lot of vegetation out there, and so I'd like to keep that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on this application?
Mr. Chairman, do you have an aerial photo?
I don't know. Lindsay?
We put the locust on there, and like a Google aerial. I didn't know we were supposed to, but I've got the locust on there, and I'd show the whole.
John, I don't think there's actually an aerial photo of this, just the plan that you're looking at now.
Okay, on the right of this one, where the land is to the right, can you enlarge that to show me that area?
To the right of it's all conservation.
The plot plan.
Right there, that.
Yeah, that right there. Can you enlarge that on the right?
John, do you mean the locust or do you mean the right-hand side of the site plan?
Okay. That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any concerns?
What could I ask a question?
Sure you can, Diane. Go ahead.
All right, well, maybe we'll get back. Is that the leaching pool that's just to the north of the pool? Is that the leaching field?
The leaching field.
Yeah, it is to the northeast.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It seems to be push. How big is the pool? I can't possibly read the number.
I believe we have it at 20 by 45.
Well, perhaps if you brought it down 5 feet and rounded out the edges of the sitting spots, it would be good. That fills up the whole thing, and then you can't do anything else. I would prefer to see it down by the pool equipment room, whatever that is, and where you have more space. But if you're going to jam it in next to the driveway, I'd shorten it. 45 feet is as long as the house is. And
They have a lot of kids, so that's kind of like they want a bigger pool so they can have like a bigger spot.
Come on,
there.
they couldn't
Hang
have
on,
enough kids.
Susie. Hang on.
They couldn't have enough kids to fill up a 45-foot pool. Kids swim up and down. They don't stand around and congregate. It needs to come in. It's 20 feet. It's a super big pool, and it's not in a super big area. It needs to come down, and then you have a fire pit and all that. I would like to see the pool area reduced down to something more keeping in the area that it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's see, we've heard from Diane, Abby, John, Carrie. I'm fine with this as submitted. I do like the idea of rounding the corners that Diane brought up on the terracing to naturalize it some more, but I feel that this whole thing is going to be invisible. So would somebody care to make a motion on this of some kind? Somebody, please.
Is this only for the pool? We're not talking about landscaping or driveways or anything like that?
No, just whatever's bubbled in red, Abby.
Okay, well, I like Diane's idea of taking 5 feet off this pool and
Okay.
wherever she wanted rounded edges and
Well, I
make.
think she just doesn't like, she objects to the sort of rectangular
Yes,
thing.
absolutely. And I'll make a motion to approve with those.
Okay. So the motion is to approve this going from 45 to 40 on the length of the pool and rounding the edges of the terracing around the pool. That is Abby's motion. On that motion, Diane.
Can I make, wait a minute, can we
Oh.
add something that the pool will not be seen?
Oh,
And
yeah,
that-
okay, yeah, thanks. You're right. That should be in there. Abby, is it okay to add that into your motion?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thanks. And so on that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you. Now, listen, I really need to take a break. So Diane, would it be possible for you to take the next application, 7 Packet Drive?
Yep.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yep.
I'll mute for a second.
Atlantic Landscaping, do we have somebody?
That's me again.
You again.
Me again.
All right. So what you doing this time?
Another pool. And so we've got it kind of tucked in the back corner of the lot. There's a lot of pools obviously going in all around it with that new development going on that Blue Flag's doing. There's a lot of pools going in right around it. So they just want to add a pool in their backyard.
Where's Packet Drive?
Where's Blue
Packet,
Flag putting in something?
if you go down Cannonbury, it's, you know, right before the naval base, you go down Cannonbury, it's off of Cannonbury
okay.
on the right, and it's at the very end of the cul-de-sac. Well, and end into the right.
Madam Chair,
Okay, that's fine. Yes,
I do have Sconset comments. They did review it. They review stuff along Cannonberry. They were fine with the pool itself. Their only main comment was where the pool equipment was going. It wasn't fairly clear unless we've missed it, but we were assuming that it was going to go within this future cabana. So
It
those are
is,
their
yeah.
comments.
So the intent is to have it behind that cabana. So
okay. So can you tell us anything? That's it,
that's what I got.
Lindsay?
Yep, that's kind of what we were going for. Pool, simple hardscape, fire pit. The cabana will come back later with an architect, but you know, for right now, we're just going for the pool and the hardscape, and then the pool.
Oh, it's going to have
It'll have an auto
right,
cover.
it's going to have an automatic cover. Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll
Thank you.
start off. Abby? Abby.
Sorry, I was I was muted. I'm fine with this application. Thank you.
All right. Val?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Johnny?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. And Steve or Carrie, which one are you on this?
I'm here if you need me.
Okay, tell me
I've
what
been
you think.
I've been listening, and I think that hedge will hide it from any street view, so I'm okay with this.
Okay, can I have a motion?
So moved.
May I please? All right. Thank you, Johnny. Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
John, on your own motion?
Aye.
And me, I'm an I too. So that's a full board.
And I'm
Okay.
actually gonna hold my next application till the next meeting, if that's possible. The
So
103
103 Main.
I'm
Main
going to hold
Street?
that one till the next meeting, if possible.
Motion to hold for
That
till
is-
Thursday.
It
Perfect.
would be held for Thursday. Is that okay, Lindsay?
That's fine. Well, actually, can we do what is there a meeting next Tuesday or no?
Who knows?
No, it's Monday. The first 2 weeks of a month, they are on Monday. The second 2 weeks of a month, they are on Tuesday.
Can I hold till Monday?
I can
Yep.
change my motion.
I'll get a
to hold
motion.
till Monday.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
all right.
And Happy
Val,
New Year's, guys.
motion. Okay, Val,
Yeah.
we have a motion
Oh, aye.
to hold this
Aye.
until,
Sorry. Aye.
okay. John,
Aye.
motion?
Aye.
Aye. Abby
Aye.
and Carrie,
Aye.
Thank
and I'm
you.
an aye. Thanks
New
a lot, Linz. Have a good new year. Eve.
Okay.
The next
Thank you,
next
Diane.
one is Val Oliver, and Ray is back.
I'm back, but we need somebody to step in. So I've lost track of who's in the rotation. Who's up? Do we still have Stephen?
I don't think no, I don't think so. I've used Carrie both times.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, there's Stephen. Okay, so Stephen, you want to sit on this
Oh.
one?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'm here for Connecticut advisory.
Oh,
I
okay.
would think this was so easy.
Nope.
Why? Well, let me
That-
do
that-
my
that-
presentation since it's my application.
Yeah. Okay. So Val, you go ahead.
Okay. Previously, we had some alterations approved to expand this house on the second level over the garage. And then there's a cantilevered section in the rear of this that we had approved to fill in,
Yep.
but we can't do those right now because of the septic.
Okay.
So we want to take those away. We're not going to build those.
Okay.
But we want to rebuild the roof walk as it is.
Okay.
Add a skylight in the rear on the south. And put clapboard on the front of the building. And replace the skylight on the front north that's existing within the roof walk. And paint the trim white.
And what color would the clapboard be?
Gray.
Gray. Okay. All right. So Linda, are you here to represent Mattocket Advisory on this?
Yep. And we were unanimous on these. We didn't have any concern with the trim going to white, provided the deck stayed natural to weather and the roof walk stayed natural to weather. But that's not called out. We had
Okay.
no concerns about the deck changes. We all agreed that clapboard was completely inappropriate on this structure. We couldn't tell if it was on both sections or just the main body, but it was completely inappropriate in Mattocket. It's kind of a Val didn't design it, but it's kind of a hulking structure to begin with on the front. So clapboard was not appropriate at all. There are some problems with the drawings. If you look at the north and south versus east and west, drawings are, I'm going to read my comments here from the board, not being rebuilt in the same location. Right now it is set back off, not centered on the building, but it's set back off that gable end. When you look at the drawings compared to the pictures in the aerial, the roof walk is moving all the way over to the end of the building, which is not where it is now. So if it's being quote unquote rebuilt, then the drawings have to change. Because the way it's drawn, it's moved all the way over and the hatch is moved over.
Well, I would say there's a difference of probably 2 feet.
Right. So I'll just fix the drawings.
All right, that's not it. That's not the only part. Can I finish with what we voted on? So the hatch has to move back, the roof walk has to move back. Rebuilding it's fine as long as it stays natural to weather. None of it's called out on the application. No color on the application that it's staying natural to weather. I assume it's staying natural to weather. If you also look at the north and south, the deck is elevated way off the ridge. On the east and west, it's drawn correctly. But on the north and south, it's also drawn incorrectly. The whole thing has to be redrawn just on the roof and put back where it was and put a deck down on the ridge and put the hatch back where it was. If that's all that's happening is it's getting rebuilt in place. The drawings don't match what the proposal is. The skylight, we didn't see one on the pictures on the front facade of the building. So we weren't quite sure what was happening there because there's one in the drawing and we didn't think if there wasn't one in the drawing.
There is one
out in front of the buildings. So we couldn't see it, so. No dimensions are on the plan for this stuff. So those are our comments. We asked to have it returned for further review, but if the drawings are going to be fixed through staff, there's no reason to come back to Mattocket Advisory for this if everything is put back. But we said absolutely no clapboard on this structure in Mattocket. It's rural.
Okay.
I'm ready.
There are a few out there.
Yeah, but one of them was, I actually was involved with that. One was moved out there, already had clapboard, but to add clapboard to this huge facade, it's very.
All right, Linda, we got it. We got it. So
That's
Abby,
what we
you're
said.
ready to begin.
Yeah, I was ready. So Linda's brought up a concern for me because I think as drawn, the roof walk looks highly inappropriate. And
Oh
don't
my
know.
God, I'll fix it. It's just drawn wrong.
It's
Yeah,
drawn
but
wrong.
this is all we see, Val. We don't know
I'm
that.
so laughing so much because the stuff that passed was so crazy.
No, we're starting with an
Okay.
albatross, but
So go ahead.
okay, I'm gonna be really brief. The clapboard inappropriate. Move the roof walk so it's more centered, or if you're
Well,
going to move it,
no, so that it reflects where it actually is.
yes. And other than that, I don't have any problems with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Diane? Diane? No, Diane?
Steven's there.
Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So put the widow's walk where it is in the picture and axe the clapboard. Thank you.
All right, that was the most succinct comments ever. I love it. John? John, are you there? I'm losing my audience tonight. Let's see. Do we have Diane? John? Anybody? What's going on?
John, you're muted.
I'll go twice.
John, it's the button on the lower left.
What happened? What happened?
You know what's funny is because John has hearing, I yell. I realize I'm yelling, but
Yeah.
everyone's probably like, why are you yelling at that guy?
The top story tonight.
John is unmuted.
Okay. John.
Why did I get muted?
I don't know. So listen, so far we're talking about leaving the clapboard off of this building and redrawing so that the existing roof walk is shown where it actually is.
Question is, you're gonna replace the roof walk?
Yeah, but they're going to replace it just the way it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Diane, are you back?
Yes, I am. This is the third time this stupid program has wiped out. I don't know why. I have to restart it right from the beginning. Anyway.
Okay.
Have somebody else speak and then I'll listen.
Well, actually, you're the last person. So Stephen's spoken, Abby's spoken, John's spoken, you've spoken. I mean, you have not spoken. So go ahead.
Okay.
Can I just tell you?
I don't think that the.
Go ahead.
I don't think that the. I don't think it should be clabbered.
Okay.
I think that reshingling of the roof. I'm not sure about the position of the roof walk, and I see the hatch. I don't see the light that was going to be put up on the. I thought it was the north roof, but I don't see it there. So I would just see what other people are going to do. I'm sorry, I didn't hear enough.
No, you kind of nailed it just then. So it sounds like if we had a motion that included redrawing the roof walk in its actual location, confirming with the staff that the skylight that you're planning on replacing, that Nantucket Advisory has disputed that they can see is there, confirmation that it is in fact there, and 3, no clapboard. I think if we had a motion like that, that would say it.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So on that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is to approve this, but draw the roof walk properly and no clapboard on the front of the building, and make sure that the existing skylight is in fact there through staff.
Can see it from the street, but I'll bring a picture.
Okay, yeah, but so John on the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Stephen?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor of that motion, carries. Okay.
Happy New
So,
Year, everybody.
thank you, you too.
Hopefully.
Okay, so 6 Elbow Lane, Nathan.
Hello.
Add parking spots. Hi, Nathan.
How are you?
Good. How you doing? So I think we
What
still have
morning?
our regular board here. Pretty sure. People are coming in and out tonight. So add 2 parking spaces.
Shall I?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the north edge of her property, the new owner,
Okay.
and it's behind or to the south of town center parking. You'll remember all that whole area of parking around the park. So this is a very narrow part of Elbow Lane, and really you can only get one car down it. And she would like to park 2 cars parallel. And if you look at what you're seeing now, the angled parking,
Yeah.
which was, we're not sure, was approved maybe at the time the second dwelling was approved by ZBA. We're not sure, but at least that's what is described right now. That's about a 15 or 16 foot opening. And what she would rather do is not use that area, but yes, now you can see the photo where, yes, right there is where she would like to move that privet back 8 feet for 2 8-foot by 16-foot parallel parking spaces. The SAB had issues and no issues. They both saw that it would be an issue with having people backing out of the parking area at the town, but also they recognized that this was this is a
Landlocked.
yes, it's a very difficult spot. So they did applaud and at least said it was that they were ambivalent. I'm not sure whether you have their minutes.
Well,
or not.
we're gonna have Holly read their.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the only thing I would say is to please remember, of course you will, how much parallel parking there is all along the village to the north side of Ocean Avenue, like Broadway, Center Street, Shell Street, all of that is a lot of parallel parking. And I just wanted to remind you that for your decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, so Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So just to give you some context, this structure is on the National Register within the Historic District of Sconset, built in 1753, the Nathaniel Coffin Eben Bernard House. First of all, the 2 parallel parking spaces looks like a second dwelling under zoning, so I did bring that up to Nathan on this. And if so, that requires a special permit to the planning board. It's noted, if you look at the existing photographs of the garage that's there, there is parking there, whether it's all, or it's a driveway at least, whether it's all on their property or mostly in the roadway, that's to be figured out. Sconset Advisory prefer no parallel parking spaces. It's unusual parking. Typically, it's on the street, not necessarily on the lot itself, and it's kind of it changes the charm of the street. Also, there's a concern about having cars on both sides of this tiny street rather see, if there's supposed to be parking here on the lot, rather see a perpendicular parking space versus the parallel. This is a congested spot, and yes, there was a comment about being ambivalent about it. This is behind the market, so there would probably be some potential problems with trucks going into the market area. So from aesthetic point of view, there are definitely some concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who would care to begin?
Could I clarify some things?
Sure, of course.
Numero uno, is there other parking for this house?
You could open the garage and pull in to the garage.
Okay, so
But
I don't understand why, that seems so obvious. That's, why would you need these two tandem parkings if you could do that? And
because it's close to the dwelling, you know, the garage is right off the street. In other words, she can't park in front of the garage. She would only be able to open the garage to park.
And it's awkward with mechanicals.
And it is awkward for her. But she has that area right in front of the second dwelling that you see delineated perpendicular to the road. So
There's no parking in front of the garage itself.
right, you can't really park. You can't park in front of the garage.
you know, to understand this
property.
fully, I think we should have a view, because I think it's only fair to the, you know, citizens of Sconset and the people that go out there, the tourists and so forth, not to have tandem parking, cut out that vegetation and the awkwardness of the trucks coming in and out and going down that alley is very congested certain times of the day. So I think a view is good for us to actually understand the situation.
Pretty good idea, Abby. It's a good idea. Should we just take that to a vote, folks?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so on Abby has made a motion to hold this for a view. Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that. Motion carries. Okay, Nathan, you've got one more.
Okay.
Second dwelling.
Second dwelling for a pool house, basically, second dwelling. Just in the backyard of a house of a property that you've recently approved a porch addition. And you can't see the porch, basically, you can't see the new dwelling, basically, past the existing dwelling. So I'm not sure what issues that you would have, but it's pretty much a 24 by 32, it's a 20 foot by 32 foot dwelling, 640 square feet, and it's 44 feet in height.
22.
Excuse me, what did I say? 44? 22 feet in height. The existing main house is 3 feet taller.
Okay.
Now, the very first thing that Val is going to ask you is for pictures of the main house. There we go.
Yeah, they're in there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And that's the shed on the property?
Yes, it is. That's being moved. It's already been moved to the corner. Yes.
Okay. Oh, staying on the property.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you.
Anyone care to begin on this one?
Is that bracket gonna hold up somebody out on that balcony there?
Yes, there'll be LVLs
Oh,
at the
okay.
edge. Yeah. Mhm.
It's cute. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane?
What is the height of the building?
22 feet.
I have 27 feet.
Oh, no, no,
22?
22, yeah.
Okay, that's great. No, I think it fits in as long as it stays at that 22 feet. That is great. Which elevation is the front door?
That's the east elevation. In other words,
What,
there
there's
are 4 front doors.
John will like that.
They're facing the pool,
Is the
much
tree
like
gonna stay?
others. I'm sorry to interrupt. Much like others I've seen go through of late.
Okay, so
Well, you can't see.
Diane, it's still Diane's.
Sorry.
So go on, Diane.
No, I mean, if that's facing the pool and it's a range so people know to walk in, it doesn't strike me with all the glass and the glass above that it is any typical front door that I have seen recently, but I would like to see it a simpler one. The house is very simple, and that as a front door is very fancy.
Is that it?
That's all.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Yep.
How, my question was, there seems to be a big tree in the backyard and back of the house, and was that going away?
It is.
And what are the window configuration on the main house?
The existing ones are 1/1, and the ones you approved of late are 2/2s. I don't like 1/1s, and you probably don't. So anything we're adding has muntins.
Okay. I think the building is okay. It's unfortunate we're going to lose that nice big tree just to put in a pool, but it seems like that's the wave of Nantucket right now. So it's nothing we can do about it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's really not the pool. It's the porch.
You are cutting down a tree to put a porch?
Yes, ma'am. It's you know what?
They
may leave it, but right now they're thinking about tearing it down because it's gonna more than overhang. It will require so many limbs to be removed. They may take it down.
Okay.
Where is it? In what part of the yard?
It's about 6 feet from the edge of a 10-foot deep porch that you approved.
On the main house.
On the main house. Yes, the main house. This dwelling,
pictures, Diane.
Yeah, this dwelling does not affect.
I beg pardon?
Large. Yes, that does not.
Okay, well, I've got the picture.
Right.
Okay. Sorry to bother you all.
Okay.
No
That's it.
bother. It's a good question, and they've been planning so far to save it. I'm not sure whether it's going to be saved, but what the photo that you see that I'm in is not the issue, because that's the main dwelling where they're getting a new porch. So that porch is what's driving the tree removal.
Not the guest house that's under review.
Correct. Yes,
okay.
correct.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, so let's see. I've sort of lost track now. Diane, did you have the floor?
I'm finished.
Oh, you're finished. Okay, so Abby was good. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have one comment. The east elevation, apparently, where it's drawn, is visible, and I find it the front door should be a single door. If you want side lights, that's fine, but don't have side lights in the transom. I think you ought to change that one square there underneath that deck, that wall. Get rid of those 4 doors in front to be in the front door. The front door should be a single door. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's got everybody except me. So I'm pretty sure that none of this is going to be visible.
Yes, sir.
So is there anybody that would dispute that?
Repeat that, please.
No, would anybody dispute that none of this is going to be visible because there's a house like between it and the public way? The house that's on this property, the main house. In other words, first of all, I think it's an attractive building. Second of all, any issues relating to front doors and that sort of thing are moot because it's not visible from a public way.
I think you can see it from Tashima.
From Tashima?
Mhm.
Which elevation would you see from Tashima? Do you know?
It would be the east, I guess.
But there will be a fence and landscaping. The fence has already been approved.
Yeah, the fence is there, and there's a very tall, probably 10-foot hedge of privet. That, yes, if someone tore that down, I reckon you might catch a glimpse. But Mr. Chairman, I don't think you would even see it at all.
Okay. Well, so all the board has spoken. I'd like to get a motion of some kind from someone on this, please.
Mr. Chairman, could I see the plot plan, please?
Yeah. And Holly, could you blow up the plot plan so that John can see it a little bit better? There you go.
Yeah.
Is that good, John?
Yes, I would question the durability of that 4 doors. I would like to view it myself to make sure that we cannot be seen. I don't take people's words. I just go and look at them. So I'd like to hold it till first thing next week
Okay.
or Thursday, whatever you want.
Is that a motion, John?
Yes.
Okay, so John's motion is to hold this for a view with it being up for review again on Thursday. So on that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, motion carries. Will Stevens, 212 Popus Road.
Thank you.
Thanks. 212 Popus demo as built. Okay. Will, are you on board?
I am, sir.
Okay. So what happened?
I would just make a clarification. This was a building that was demolished without approval.
That is true.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah. I'd like to proudly say that I was not the contractor involved.
Oh, okay. That's a good thing to know.
So this is a structure that I brought to you guys, brought to the board over the summer for renovation, which was pretty quickly approved. It was dramatic improvement over what was there. The family who I do work for has another builder from out of state who is licensed in Massachusetts, who was hired to do this project instead of me. And instead of just taking down the 2 gable end walls as approved, he took all the walls down.
Wow.
It was an issue for more than just the HTC. I'll just kind of leave it at that. But so I have to. So what I'm doing is applying to actually a retroactive demolition approval to remove all of the walls, the floor system, the existing pier foundation, and the chimney. All do still remain, but it's officially a demolition permit for the HTC's purposes because all of the walls have been removed, which you can
Okay,
see.
so so you have 2 applications before us.
Yeah.
one for an as-built demo, another for a new dwelling. So
Yeah.
basically, I think what you're saying is that it's going to be rebuilt the same way that we approved it earlier,
That's correct.
just as a new building as opposed to a renovated building.
Yeah, that's correct. Under the HDC's guidelines, it's a new dwelling. Under the Massachusetts State's CMR 7080 building code, it'll be a renovation because we still are using the foundation deck and the chimney, which you can see in the photograph on the screen.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
No,
that wasn't
not
the intent of the original application, which is why we're here tonight.
Okay, so what does everybody think about this one?
I don't really care,
They
but
should rebuild
it should be fine, I guess.
Okay, so Diane,
Biggest concern.
wait a second. So
We can't let them, sorry,
well,
I thought
but
you called on me.
you said that they should rebuild it. Well, we had given Will approval to renovate the existing building. And so you can see that the existing building, with the exception of the foundation and the chimney and the first floor framing, is gone. So the plan is to move forward with the renovation that we've already approved. So in that respect, they are going to rebuild it just as a new building as opposed to a renovated building. So yeah, they're not just going to leave it that way.
All right, I understand that.
Okay.
Just run by you the fact that a house comes in, they want to demo it.
Yeah.
They can't demo it because we don't want them to demo it. So they hire a contractor who all technicality is demos it. And then we say, oh, okay, and approve it.
Well, can I, maybe we should ask this question of Will. Did this ever come in as a demolition and we said no to it?
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's not an old building, right?
No, it was the contractor's from out of state, though he is licensed in Massachusetts,
Right.
and he didn't understand the process.
Right.
So when he actually, like I said, it was approved to demolish 2 of the 6 walls, I think there were. But he didn't understand the process, and he thought it would be easier just to take everything down.
Yeah.
And then realize that it's, we're not living in central Maine right now. We have to, there's rules here.
So,
I
I
got
mean, so honestly, there's nothing we can do about this now but fine them for doing something that wasn't approved.
Well, that's
correct. So there's a kind of a spectrum on the fine. A fine was levied to apply for this. So a fine has been paid.
Did you pay 10 times the demo fee? Is that what it was?
It wasn't assessed at 10 times because it was my understanding of why it wasn't was because we can't, it was dealt with like immediately as soon as it came to the town's attention and to the contractor's attention. The contractor and the client came, pretty forthwith, apologetic and trying to solve the problem. And then since I had brought the original HEC application, they asked me to come back with you guys to close the loop on this again.
Guy.
Yeah.
You're the fall guy. Hey, Kathy has something to say here. Go ahead.
The fine is $1,000. It's 10 times the demo fee.
Wait, what did you say, Kathy?
The fine is 10 times the demo fee, which is 100, so it's $1,000.
So it is 10 times.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but think about that. Forget it.
Yeah, Val, you and I can have a conversation over a cup of coffee about how this allows people to do whatever the hell they want sometimes.
It happened
But
again.
that was not the intent in this particular case. For sure.
Okay. So,
and again, the next application is it's the same drawings you approved before, just being clear that we're applying to build what you did approve. It's just more new construction than what was originally approved.
Correct. But the same.
And Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
For the record, the NHL data does indicate that the existing structure was built in 1970.
Correct.
1970.
Right.
1970.
Right.
Which
Okay.
technically could be considered.
Well,
I think.
yeah. Thanks, Holly. All right. Okay, let's see. I think we've heard from Abby, heard from Diane. Val, anything else to say? Val?
I don't know what to say. I am struggling with this fundamentally, not just this application. It's happened again the same week this one did. It just hasn't come in yet. And
Oh, I didn't know
the
that.
problem that I see is we're told that we can't fine anybody more than $1,000. But how I see this playing out, that could be a huge detriment is, oh, you can't take that house down. It's historic. And then, whoops, it fell down, $1,000 fine. That's all we can do. I think it's a slippery slope. So I understand it. This house isn't historic. This application, I get it. And Will is just cleaning up a mess. But it's something that we definitely need to discuss.
Yeah, Val, if I can speak to that, I totally agree with you. I think, like, aside from what I'm applying for right now, I think I know the other one that you're talking about, it's actually just down the road from my own house. And there is a door open for people to act nefariously, absolutely. And I think that door should find a way to close that.
Yeah,
it's not the case in this particular project, so I'm here like hat in hand a little bit.
It is.
But I totally understand what you're saying, and I do think it's something that the town could address. In a
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. What?
I would like to suggest that we not have the discussion for various reasons, not least of which is that you're really opening a door that might not be known to even exist, and primarily because it's not on the agenda.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we could go back and forth on this for a while. It does sort of bring up the issue that Val has already raised. John, we haven't heard from you. John?
Did he leave?
He may have.
Mr. Chair, he's here.
No, he's here.
Does he need to unmute? I want to wrap this up. John?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything to say on this?
It's very, very hard for $1,000 fine. And others have taken them down all over the island without permits, and they get a permit. And it's a building department as well, just as much of a problem. It's very hard to make a decision.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna defer my action on this till the first thing next week, first meeting.
Well, I think we're going to take a vote on it now, John.
I'm sorry?
We're going to take a vote on it now. I hope. Can somebody make a motion on this one?
Well, we set up rules and regulations
Wait a second.
on fines. We had a great discussion on fines. And there's a listing there. I don't know, I haven't got them with me. There's a listings there of what was being finable and how much.
No, John, they paid the fine.
I'm sorry?
They paid the fine. They paid the fine. They paid $1,000.
You paid it?
Yeah. They paid it.
Well, if you paid it, I gotta, okay, I'll go along with it.
Okay. Can somebody give me a motion? I believe Abby was going to make a motion
Yeah,
there.
I wanted to know what does the motion sound like? What is it?
Well, we're approving the demo after the fact.
Okay.
Well, that's motion number one. And then motion number two would be to approve the new dwelling that was already approved as a renovation. We would reapprove it as a new dwelling. Those are the two things that are before us right now.
Okay. Motion to approve the demo with the fine
Okay, well, they paid the fine, so that part's covered.
and to,
We'll hold it right there. That's motion number one, okay? Then I'm gonna look for a second motion to approve what was approved as a renovation as a new dwelling. Okay, so on the first motion for the demolition, Diane,
No.
okay, John,
No.
Val,
What's the motion?
to approve the demo.
Aye. Reluctantly, aye.
Thank you. Abby,
aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. So, okay, now the motion is there would be a motion to approve the same design, which is in front of you right now, the same design which was previously approved by this board as a renovation, to approve that design as a new construction. May I have that motion?
I just have one question. Do they send out a butter notices and pay what it would be to be a new dwelling?
They did.
They have to,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they did. And the plans are in a separate PDF. It's not this, but.
Yeah. Okay, so can we move this one along?
Motion to approve.
Okay, so Abby has made a motion to approve the new dwelling design, which is the same as what this board already approved as a renovation. On Abby's motion, Diane.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Could I have the address?
Okay, Diane's opposed. What, John?
I'd like the address where this happened.
Oh, 212 Pulpus Road.
212, I think you want to get the right.
212 Pulpus Road, Redgate.
You can't see it from anywhere.
Thank you.
Okay, so John, are you in favor of the motion or opposed? Well, I have you. John?
What was the motion, please?
Motion is to approve the new design, which is the same as the renovation that was already approved by this board.
I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you, John. Val?
Aye.
That was an aye. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Whew, okay. We'll spread the message far and wide, if you would, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I appreciate the work of the board. I'm sorry to have brought this to you.
I need to recuse from the next one. Diane, could you take that one for me?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. I'm
Yep,
going to
yep.
mute.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Tired and cranky.
I know. Don't be cranky with me, please.
But you left.
You upset the dog.
I did? Oh, now my dogs are going crazy. It's okay, Tim.
It said you got up and left. That's what it said. So I thought you had left us. Okay, this is Walt Street, right?
This is the barn building that was approved a while back now. And I said that I would come back for the batten board when it was framed. And it is framed and it is visible from North Beach Street. There's no question about that. What we have proposed and I sent, and I don't, Kathy, you might've gotten in a separate email, but I got a landscape plan. That's it. Where the landscaper is proposing some cryptomeria. And I think there's a second page that shows sort of a rendering that elevation would be shielded from North Beach Street.
Was this on our view list, Lisa?
I don't know. That I can't answer that. I don't know. I'm sorry. This is the first time you guys have seen it. It did go to HSAB, so Holly probably has some comments.
Okay.
I wasn't able to join.
Okay.
Yes, I do have comments.
Well, give us a comment or two.
Yes, ma'am. So, shingles are more appropriate for this location. And we did indicate that we're pending a landscape plan was proposed to screen that south elevation. Of course, this is the first time I'm seeing it. They agree that shingles should be here, not what's proposed. Question about windows being visible from Brant Point, the lane that's on the other side. And a barn would have barn doors instead of the proposed. Fenestration is out of character. There's a chance that it will be viewed from or seen from Brant Point. Overall, HSAB recommended the previous approval versus this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So I think if you look at the site
So-
plan, the visible section is the south elevation. That's it. Everything else is sort of within the site. You will see, excuse me, you will see the north elevation of the building, but that part of the building is shingled and hasn't changed from Wall Street. But the main, I think, concern is if you go to the next elevation, it's this elevation at the end with the decking and the barn doors. And that's why we proposed the cryptomeria trees as screening. And, you know, my only comment would be that there are a lot of white trim shingle buildings there, and maybe it would be nice to see something that was a little different, even if you just saw a glimpse of it. Because you're looking at all the buildings on Brant Point and that little lane, plus the Wall Street structures. So I'm hoping you'll consider it. Because the batten board will also be natural. I don't know if that's clear. You know, the batten board is not going proposed as painted. It's proposed as natural.
For me, I would really like to view it just to see what the visibility is before I decide. Because
Okay.
it's framed up, you said, right? So
It's totally framed. It's all plywood. I mean, obviously the cryptomeria is not there. But you know, what it ends up looking like is just like another house. And I thought that having the batten board might be a nice thing to break up. And I know barns maybe weren't historically down there, but maybe it's just a little variation might not be a bad thing. Particularly if it's natural.
What about the door?
The west.
What about the doors, Lisa?
On the west? That's not visible. If you look at the site plan,
I
that's-
guess so. I don't.
that's within the property. So I think the visibility of that elevation, if you go back to the site plan, is really limited.
I think what's confusing me is that the locus map is pointing to a shape that's not the same.
Oh, probably because hold on, let me look at the locus map.
And so I'm
or sort of merged. And that shows the old building because that's what's on the GIS map. The building that's been removed is being shown.
yeah, so if you wouldn't mind, I'd really like to view it and see what we can see.
That's okay. But I will tell you, you will see the
Are
whole
there-
section, the south, and you'll see the north from Wall Street, but it will be, the north side will be shingled.
Can we all go, or is it a? Madam Chair?
No, we'll take a vote on it. I just want to ask a question. How many buildings are on this plot plan?
There are, so this is
I have
officially,
6.
yes, it's officially 2 lots. There's a dividing line between the main house. I don't know if you can see, you probably can't see my cursor, which is between the cottage and the rendered roof line and the one that's not rendered, there's a lot line there. So as one lot,
Okay.
there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, including that includes the shed.
Okay. What about that pool house? Is that still existing?
Yep, and that was built and
I
is,
gotta,
the only thing that isn't there right now are the gray hatch structures.
Yep.
But the shed that's in the front, the top left corner, is currently a garage that we're
Yep.
asking to reduce. We're going to ask to reduce in size, but there's a structure currently there. And all of the other structure.
okay.
The
So
guest
I
house.
have,
I'm sorry. Let me just finish. The guest house has been approved.
that's all right.
Is not built. So if you go back to the site plan.
Okay.
And maybe there's a way that I can annotate this, right? Or can I not annotate? Maybe not. The building that is says guest house has been approved, but it's not built. It will be built.
Okay.
But they're not going to start that until March. So this whole swath here is open now, but that will not be the case.
The guest house is a fairly good size, huh?
Yes, and it will be built. It's just they haven't started construction yet. So once that's built, you will not
Okay.
see the building.
So
Madam
do
Chair,
we have somebody who would like to make a motion? Yes, Johnny.
yes, I would like to make a motion that we review this and view it again. I'd like to get another look at it, the area.
Well, we going to, a motion that just says to view would be good.
Right.
So that's what you'd like. All right. Abby, on John's motion to view, may I have an answer?
Aye.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Oh, I didn't realize I was on this, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's fine with me.
okay, and John on your own?
I'm in favor of reviewing.
Madam Chair, might I ask, and I can
Yep.
provide this, that we send in the view package, the approved drawings of the cottage as well,
Yep.
so that
Anything
you can,
extra that we can get that will
Yeah,
help
just
us
give
is good.
the full context.
Right. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
And I'm an aye, so that's a full aye for a view. All righty.
Thank you.
Aye.
All right. You have a good new year.
You too. Everybody
I
stay
hope it'll be better than this rotten year.
well. There's a few good.
Worst year I've ever been through.
I know. I
And
bet.
I've been through 87 of them.
I know. I'll have to think about that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so
Bye-bye.
we're wrapping it up. It's 8:45. Brooke, are you on board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first up, 119 Eel Point.
I'd like to screen share if I may.
That would be good. Regular board is all on here? Okay,
Aye,
good.
aye, Captain.
You
All right.
Go past 9 o'clock.
All right.
We're not going to go past 9.
So the big picture here is that at the meeting where we were discussing the cottage, there was a push to have the cottage down at the front of the property where traditionally, where it more typically would set. And so that all feeds into what we did next, which was in the previous approval of the house, we had the drive down on the east side of the property, which would have been over here. And you'll see some other photos or other pictures as I go through this. Now we've got it on the west side of the building. So that was one of the changes. And we're also, I wanted to revisit the front door. I went ahead and I took some photos of some front doors out there that were glass. So without further ado, this is what was approved through staff. You can see the east elevation, which was the drive down into the previous proposal for the cottage, which has now been pushed down to the front of the lot. Here's a perspective drawing. Let's see, oh, hang on a second. That's not what I wanted to show you. All right, yes. So here's a view showing the
West.
drive down now on the west side. And I wanted to revisit this front door. And let me just run through some photos that I took today. Try and make it quick. Sorry, this one didn't come out, so we'll ignore that one. But 3 Primrose Lane, this is a 20 light French door that's very early on Eel Point. As you move out to Eel Point, you've got a 6 light door, you've got a 12 light door, you've got another 6 light door. These are all photos taken from the street. Here's a 12 light door here. This is a full light door right next door. And then one more door down, we've got another glass door. So I'd like to reconsider that front door. I think it's more appropriate for the style of the building. And so those are the 2 items that are on this application. And then I switched the windows that were on the west side to the east side. So basically the windows and the drive down reversed. And the drive down will be more hidden by the new cottage location, which that's application number 2 on Old Business, which we probably won't get to tonight, but I just am trying to paint a larger picture so that you can consider that when you're looking at this.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
All right, thanks, Brooke. I got a feeling that there's some people that want to speak on this application. If so, could you unmute and announce yourself or selves?
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Cohen.
Yes, hi.
Hi. So I don't have any comments on the changes to the main house. Are we talking about the cabana?
Stephen, just to be clear, you're representing the neighbor, I believe, to the east, correct?
Correct, at 117.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So no comments on this, but on the cabana that's following this, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll recognize you when we get to the cabana. Stephen, are you aware of anyone else that would want to speak on this, or should I just move forward with the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Hang on just a sec, John. Stephen? Oh, he's off already. Yes, go ahead.
I don't think there's anyone else.
All right, thanks. Yes, John.
Yes, I comment on this application.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, the front door is too much glass. It should be maybe a typical 9 light, 6 light door. Not 6 light, 6. Let me get it right. It should be a typical Nantucket style house with 6 panels. Instead of what's there, you get too much glass on that. Other people can't have it. Nobody should have it.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane, on the changes.
I think the changes are good on the south elevation. That's worked down. I don't know what, Brooke, what is the red bubble around the second one down this? I don't know what elevation it is.
That's just to show where the grade starts to taper to go into the drive down that was switched from the east side of the building to the west side. And I can scroll to that next.
Okay,
if you'd like.
now, yeah, and go down to the next one where you've got a 2/2, and then you've got a multi-pane window in the middle. What is that?
Are you talking about this?
No, that's the front door, right? I don't have. It's the one below it. below the east elevation.
Below the east
Well, right,
elevation. Oh, yes.
below the east elevation. Okay. Go down to the next one.
Nothing changed on the north.
That's
west.
not, all right, and there is the west elevation. That's getting to the drive-in. So it's got to be the east elevation.
Well, this east elevation is not visible, but okay. I mean, this is underground.
No. What about, go to the west elevation?
There you
This
are.
is
Diane.
all behind.
Oh, I
this
lost. Is 119 not Bagley's house?
No.
No?
Come on, let's
Okay.
go.
No, I think you've worked it out well for,
Thank you.
and handled the drive down garage well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Abby?
I'm fine with the changes. I think the glass in the front door goes with the style of the house. It's not a typical Nantucket Quaker style house. It's a shingle style house, and that door is appropriate. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thanks. Val?
I agree with Abby.
Okay, so I do too. So I think we could have a motion on this one.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
John?
I abstain.
Okay, thank you. Who did I miss? Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention, I believe, correct? Yes. Okay, Cabana.
Continue to screen
Hey,
share,
by the
please.
way, excuse me, Brooke, for interrupting, but this will be the last application that we hear for the night. I think there's going to be a little back and forth on this, and I think I want to just make sure that we don't need to cover some of the other business before we adjourn. So go ahead, Brooke. Thanks.
So yes, as part of the overarching theme of moving the cottage forward, we are now looking to have a cabana in the back. This is a very, very low structure. It's 13 feet 4 inches tall, and here's a perspective drawing showing its relative size and location. It's behind the main house. And it has a lot of it has the same trim detail, the same soffit overhangs. And, for the most part, it's going to be fairly well obscured by vegetation and the house itself. I guess for now, I'll open up the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Stephen.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I submitted a short letter, which you have, but I would say that there are 2 issues. One is that, under building with Nantucket in mind, and also under the act, there are essentially no structures on the water side of the main houses on the 1.5 miles of Eel Point Road and in other areas that are similar, that are waterfront. Typically and historically, and in this whole area, you would see ancillary structures to the front. Now, I understand why a pool cabana or would want to be on the pools, near the pool. So if the HDC decides that it wants to have some structure, and I think it should be smaller and lower than this one, if anything, the secondary principle, which I think is perhaps more important here, is that none of these lots have lot line to lot line structures. They have structures on the few of them that are long, skinny lots. You have your ancillary structure in the front, in the center, and the structures line up to create spacing. It's a very rural area. It's an open area, and the fact that the cottage is all the way to the west and the cabana is all the way to the east. If you look at the visual that Brooke showed a few minutes ago, showing the whole property, or maybe it was the staff, it essentially, not that one, the one that the from the road one. You know, the cabana and the house and the cottage line up so that you see, you know, basically they read as one structure all the way across. So I think that more typically in this area, you would see a cottage and a cabana pulled in within the east and west walls of the main house, so that you had more open space, which is more typical in rural areas. You would have structures that would be located, you know, sporadically on a much larger lot. There are larger lots that don't line up like that, but the skinny lots line up. So I would suggest that both the cottage and the cabana should at the minimum be pulled in towards the center of the lot, or at least in between the east and west sides of the house. And really that no structure, or certainly not something as tall as this structure, be allowed on the water side. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
I point of order.
Yes.
I depart at 8:55.
Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. Okay. Bye, John. Happy New Year. Maybe we'll see you Thursday. Now, so what that requires is, do I want somebody else to sit on this? Let's see. Carrie, you still there?
I am here.
Okay. Can you sit on this?
Yes.
You heard the whole narrative, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So who wants to open the discussion?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
For me, it's more of a disconnect with the style. This is a very low pitched roof, a hip roof that doesn't, to me, sync with the style of the house and the secondary structure. And this is nothing new for anyone. You know, I think these structures need to be scaled back as much as they possibly can. So I think that it could be reduced. The overhang could be reduced. And quite a bit, maybe even half. And depending how much you could see or not see, I'm not a fan of changing the materials. This seems to be happening a lot lately. I don't know what's going on with Nantucket, but keep everything the same.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane, how about you? Diane, you're muted, I think.
Somebody came by.
Oh, there you are. Diane? Diane? Okay, let's.
There, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
sick. Who mutes it all the time? The house does not strike me as being a house found on Eel Point. I don't know. It's just doesn't, and I can't tell you what the design is wrong, but it is. I don't know what that little bunch of windows over I would believe the garage. It needs to be smoother and not so much. The roof walk is too big.
The house is approved.
We're talking
Well,
about
then
a
what are we
cabana?
doing?
This is what we're talking about.
There it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have the cabana. It just got put up. So I don't think that's appropriate either with the big roof and all underneath. If we've approved the house, then this should go along with it, and it does not. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I think the overhang and the roof line go with the structure. So I think where you could take away would be the length, 28 feet. I mean, I don't know if you can take, if it's only 13 feet high, 4 inches, I don't know if you can reduce that. And anyway, it goes with the main structure, the roof line. So I don't really want to touch that. I think maybe the length could be shortened, and I agree. I think it should be just shingled to go with the main house. No bad board, whatever it's called.
Batten. Yeah.
Batten.
Vertical board. Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Carrie.
I agree with Abby. I think just the details are a little bit much for such a simple little structure. And I wonder, they're round columns?
Oh.
Are there round columns on the house?
Yes.
There are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it should be simplified a bit. There's a lot going on in this little thing, and it's, what is it, 20 square feet of ground cover and a lot of open porch. But I don't think, I think the roof, I think the roof line does go with the porches on the house, so I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically I'm in line with everyone else on this one. Smaller, less long, not board and batten.
Right. So may I propose something?
Go
Just
ahead.
a real quick one.
Yeah.
That it might also work with Mr. Cohen's client. And that is what I just had before was this red line indicating where I could move the roof line to.
Yeah.
Which would.
By the way, Brooke.
Yes, sir.
If you did that, would you square it off? Because right now it's curved.
I think I'd have to.
Okay, that's good.
And this would, by taking off this amount of roof line, I could probably shift the building away from the setback, which
to the west.
Yeah, to the west, which might, maybe be favorable to Mr. Cohen's client.
I'm sure he would appreciate that gesture. What are we talking?
Probably 4 or 5 feet. I mean.
Okay. All right. So listen, everyone, Brooke has offered up some things. How do we feel about that?
I think it's an improvement. It also makes it smaller, better for, that we don't want to start a precedence if there's not a precedence. So this is a much smaller building. I'd go along with that change.
Okay. Well, listen, why don't we put it to a vote and see how it winds up?
All right, motion to approve with this new, with bringing back like 7 feet. Is that what it is?
That would be 6 feet.
Okay.
6 feet, shortening the length of it 6 feet and making not a hip roof, but a triangular roof.
Well, it's going to be a hip
roof.
Oh, it's still a hip. Okay.
Yeah,
and
there's
then,
no curve.
Yeah.
Shingle siding. Did we have anything else?
Yes, and moved further away from the setback line on the eastern side by 5 feet, did you say, Brooke?
Yeah, we'll say 5 feet, and that will also tuck it further behind the house.
Okay,
Right,
that's my
which was
motion.
to Stephen's point earlier. Okay, so that is Abby's motion. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Aye.
Okay, Carrie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brooke. That concludes our regular business for the evening. And let's see, Kathy, do we need to take care of anything under other business that's time sensitive that we need to deal with now?
No, just the minutes from December 15th.
Okay. Is Stephen still with us?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about that, Stephen?
If I were to vote, I'd abstain, but I'm not going to hold them up.
Okay. Thanks. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the minutes of December 15th?
So moved.
That was Abby. So on that motion, actually, Stephen, why don't we have you in on this so you can register your abstention? So Abby's made the motion. On that motion, Diane? Diane?
I'm muted.
Muted.
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Abstain.
Okay. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Oh, yes, Kathy, were you going to say something?
No, no.
Oh, okay. All
Other
right.
than good night.
Well, listen, thanks a lot, everybody. I know we're right in the middle of the holiday, and I really appreciate it. We've covered a lot of ground tonight, which I think is good in terms of getting us back on track. So thank you all, and I guess we'll see some of you on Thursday morning, or Thursday afternoon, I should say.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll save my holiday greetings for then.
Good night, everybody.
Night,
Night.
everyone. Can I have a
Motion to
motion?
adjourn.
Good night.
Thank
Good
you. So
night.
Stephen's made a motion to adjourn. Before we all disappear, Diane, on that motion. Maybe she-
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. I think that was 5 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good
Good
night.
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 Good night.